I don't know if we've told the story, Maro, in this place, but I think
Mm-mm.
people would.
So now let us know if we sound all robotic and weird. I had to start over everything
No, we
up again.
sound normal now.
Lovely.
No
Hey,
robot.
good. So we need one of those clicker things so I know where to cut it for for YouTube. Sorry about that. You know, it's always fun when technology that works great one day just decides not to work the next. But it looks like we are officially live and here, and we got some friends in chat. And I know it's a little bit early, but thanks Kelly for being here, and GeoBear and Tough Love, and who all else is, and of course all of our wonderful players. So happy Halloween! I know it's early to be spooky, but draw the blinds, put some spooky music in the background, make yourself something nice and warm as we dive into what is for sure to be somewhat spooky, but probably also silly because it's kind of on brand. We are going to be exploring the little town of Willow Bluff in Those Meddling Kids, a Monster of the Week actual play. So if you've seen like our Masks actual play, you will find the system very familiar because this is also powered by the apocalypse, but it's designed to tell a slightly different kind of story. Unlike Masks, heroes can die in this one. They can also be brought back from dead with all kinds of horrible side effects. But we're going to do what we do at the beginning of a Powered by the Apocalypse game, and we're going to introduce first the players. So let's have everyone tell folks who you are, if they don't know already, which they do, but that's fine. Who you are, where folks can find you, and a little bit about the character that you're playing. And then we'll basically kind of complete the character creation with figuring out how folks are related to each other, and I will probably have some questions to help to place the characters in the world that they're going to be sharing with some horrible, horrible monsters. So let's start with Hell and work around.
Okay. Hi everyone. I am Hell, and I like to play kind of hard games and in a chill way on Twitch, and we like to learn stuff. I am playing a character who is the Divine. Her name, their name, is Anonymous, which kind of means like the emptiness or the void in Latin. Um, Basically, I am playing like the deific embodiment of the abyss. So like, you know, if you're screaming into the void is practicing active listening. The void is going to take care of you. And I've come here on a mission to help people of this planet save the world. I'm a friendly void.
Okay. Well, good. That's nice. Morrow.
I am Jeff from Health and Safety. I'm what they call the mundane. I don't have any special powers. I don't have any cool abilities. I wasn't chosen. I'm Jeff from Health and Safety. OSHA inspector by day. I run a cat forum by night where we post cute videos of cats. I have a van with a really, really cool like mural of like a dragon on the side with like purple smoke and everything. I have nunchucks and a baseball bat to help protect myself. And I'm also a little, in my spare time, I like to partake of the herbs. Because it helps keep me mellow, and it also makes me kind of think that all the scary stuff I see isn't really that scary. It's just like I'm in a haunted house. It's not real. It'll be totally fine. We have fun.
Sure. Awesome. Rachie.
I was just checking if I was muted. I was. Hi, I'm Rachie. I'm generally a variety streamer, but I haven't really been streaming that much recently. I streamed some Phasmo last week to help promote my friend who did an IRL ghost hunt last night. So that was fun. I was on that too. So yeah, I help out on other people's channels quite a lot too. And I'm here. Yeah, I'm playing Phoenix, and Phoenix is the Chosen, and what it says about the Chosen is that your birth was prophesied. You are the Chosen One, and with your abilities, you can save the world. If you fail, all will be destroyed. It all rests on you. Only you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep. Lovely. Zodi.
I am the original Zodi. You can find me over on twitch.tv/the original Zodi. I'll eventually get back into streaming. Things have come up and stuff has been happening IRL and behind the scenes that requires a little bit more attention than I can give to Twitch at this time. But you can usually find me in any one of these lovely people's channels, usually making wisecracking and snarky jokes, especially in Juice's channel. I am playing Saoirse the Spellslinger, which basically means I'm gonna fight fire with literal fire magic. But in Saoirse's case, it's going to be a little more life drainy than, fireball. That's up to Meg.
Hello. I'm Megan Amell. I'm a math teacher, IRL, and I also stream. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch, and I talk a lot. We do a lot of just chatting. We do a lot of games. So that's that. Today, I am Gilly, and I am the expert, okay? So I think I read about that somewhere before. And I'm pretty sure that I have that item back in my haven. So I am in charge of being smart and knowing stuff and looking up things in books. But I only have math books. So I hope that it's about linear algebra. So, because if it is, I'll know the formula.
Perfect. So introduction's done. So let's talk a little bit about how your characters are interrelated. For a little behind the scenes for folks in chat and later on YouTube, we are going to be located in a little town called Willow Bluff, Minnesota. This is a town that has seen all kinds of weird stuff and that we have used for some other games and game systems that are kind of in this vein. And we'll be using actually again in the upcoming Monster She Wrote actual play of Brindlewood Bay. So kind of a shared, it's my Castle Rock. If you are a Stephen King fan. So there's already a little bit more established than you might have at the beginning of a typical Monster of the Week game. But it is a city that is, small town that is largely empty. And it will be up to the imagination of this group to continue to populate it with interesting people and locations. But Meg, you have a list of kind of questions and potential relationships. So let's talk through how you think you might be related to some of these other fascinating people.
Yeah, because I have no idea. I do know that I am Jeff's cousin.
Yes.
Yeah, my Uncle Polly's side.
Yeah. So I'm Jeff's cousin. So I'm assuming that I'm like Polly's sister or daughter. Right?
Oh,
Does
yeah.
that make sense?
Sure.
So age is
'Cause
another.
I'm older, I think.
Yeah. Well, you're certainly old enough to be a teacher. So
Yeah, I'm like 38, let's say.
Okay.
I feel like I know that age pretty good.
you've been looking ahead to it. So yeah. And Jeff, you're how old?
I'm about early 20s.
Yeah.
Just like in college, just got out of college or just got a certificate, something like that.
Yeah, like a two-year degree, so you could be
Right.
as young as
Polly's
2021.
probably my older brother.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So your older brother Polly. And I think we determined that there are two schools in Willow Bluff. There is the Willow Park School, which is a K through 12. And then there is the recently built Pioneer Academy, which is a technically private, corporately funded school for gifted individuals. And there seems to be an unusual concentration of oddly gifted individuals here in town. And I think we decided that you, Gilly, teach at the Willow Park School, the public K through 12, right? She's busy grading papers and isn't
Really?
paying attention.
Oh, wait, are you talking to me? I
Yes.
was reading about linear algebra. That's
Yeah.
my fault. It's very fascinating subject.
I think we determined that you teach at the public school, the Willow Park
Yeah,
School,
I
as
teach
opposed
at
to
the
the Pioneer
public
Academy.
school.
Excellent, excellent. All right. So
I think we decided I was a math teacher at the
I
public
hate it.
school.
I mean-
Stop.
it's good. It works for me.
Yes. I also eat candy when I'm nervous, and I love Diet Coke. I have a bunch of Diet Coke in my office.
Perfect. So what other relationships do you think you have? And we don't have to fill them all out because some of them might come up as we go. Just want to
Which
kind of
ones do I have to have?
it's just you need to assign one of those relationships to another one of the hunters. So you're all monster hunters. You can forego, just like kind of what Jeff brought up, kind of help to give you a relationship. We can skip around, but that list of assign one to
Oh,
each
I
of the
see
hunters.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
Under history,
yeah.
I just
they're
went
your
through the list.
student, apprentice, ward, or child.
Yeah, none of them
Okay,
is
well,
none of them is going to be your child for
Well,
reasons.
I was going to say, doesn't Maro kind of count as that? Because I'm actually his aunt if I'm Polly's sister.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're like my nephew.
aunt.
So you're kind of my child, but not really.
Yes.
My ward. My ward. I don't know. I mean, would it be? I almost want to say it would be the chosen. Yeah. Are you my ward? Do I have to protect the chosen? Am I like important?
I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does it make sense? Okay.
it makes sense to feel responsible to help and guide and protect.
The chosen.
It may
Okay,
not.
yeah, let's do that.
War doesn't have to be like a legal situation.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah,
But
but
I have to protect them like
Yep.
like that.
that makes perfect sense.
My student and my apprentice. Well, I mean, which one of you wants to become a math teacher?
Do not want to be a math teacher, but I can
Okay,
totally
well,
be a
how's my
student.
apprentice then?
Okay.
Yeah, Saoirse
And
could.
the spell slinger's my student. That makes sense though too,
Yeah.
because I know stuff about books. So maybe I help like teach spelly stuff to people
Sure.
if it involves linear algebra.
You have in your possession of math books and securely hidden the literal Wikipedia.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes.
You also have the Which Way,
Yes.
Yes.
and then the other big book that I have, which is just entirely too big, is Buckland's Complete. which-
I totally
I-
have Buckland's complete.
Yes.
I'm a practicing
Let me check
pagan,
my books.
so
Yes.
now we know why the spellslinger sang to me.
Yes. Well, and I would say, Gilly, that you might have a particular view on magic and how it works. More of a mathematical sort of equation driven, like understanding that magical formulae might have the trappings of superstition, but that there's some deeper logic involved. So while you are not a
Man, that makes me really smart. You know that?
well, you're not
Nobody
a
knows that.
practicing spellcaster, but you understand a good deal
Right.
about it.
That makes
yes,
sense.
That does make sense. Awesome. So good. We have a good sense. We know where you work. And I'm going to say that regardless of age, no one has kids, for, as I said, for reasons.
Reasons.
Do you have? No, I think not for you, because you're a full adult, so it's good. So Saoirse, how are you related to the other hunters?
not.
Well, what are your connections to the other hunters on the basis of your history? We've already determined that Gilly is your teacher, which would put you
Yes.
at either currently in the Willow Park School or recently graduated from.
I'm gonna go with currently in,
Okay.
because I had her pegged at, like, she's a senior in high school.
Okay.
So she's about 17.
Mhm.
She has a close connection with Gilly, in the same way that Buffy has one with Giles.
Yes.
Gilly is my Giles. And because Hell's character, how do you say their name?
Anonymous.
Okay, so Anonymous being there, as Gilly's metaphorical sidekick, apprentice person, they're kind of like her voice of reason as she's learning to control her powers and not kill everybody in town because of the type of powers that she has. So she's still kind of learning about them. And having read through what everybody else had who had filled stuff out, as well as reading through each of the book things, the playbooks, with the expert and the divine, I went with expert at comrade in arms because that makes the most sense. And then the divine is they act as my conscience when the power goes to my head. So
Makes
that just
perfect
made a
sense.
little bit more sense.
Yep.
And now that we're, figuring everything out, I don't have to change those.
Perfect. Awesome. Cool. Rachie, initial thoughts on how you're connected to folks?
Well, I had to choose someone as my close blood relation. And to me, it made sense that the divine, with me being the chosen, it made sense that the divine was my relation. But I think it's more mysterious than technically blood relation.
Yeah.
Just to say that I feel that, that there's more to my character than just blood.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
So some sort of spiritual or metaphysical connection, not just like your cousins on your mother's side.
Well, the way I see them is a little bit like, obviously they're inspired by, like you said, Buffy and Sam
Winchester.
But but I kind of saw them as a little bit like Dawn, in the sense of that Dawn just appeared at one point, and that's kind of how I see Phoenix, is that they just kind of almost came into reality and aren't actually 100% human.
Yep.
But then they don't really know that.
Yep.
And that's why I felt that the divine would be the best close family relation, because I don't think that they're human necessarily.
Right.
And then I've just added just friends with Jeff, because Jeff's already said they're my friend. But I also think I'm going to add the best friends bit, so that obviously that just says that there's no romantic thing between me and Jeff, but actually he's my best buddy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move that over to there as well.
Beautiful.
It just says from school or work or something. Where do you think we might know each other from?
It could be school. It could be, I mean, if you like health and safety, it could be from work. I run a forum of cat videos, so if your character likes cats, could have been friends on there because you're like, this dude runs a forum on cat videos. This is clearly my like best friend.
Well, and also
Hmm.
it's just throwing it out there as a potential. You don't have to accept it, but it is likely, Phoenix, that in some of your early chosen activities dealing with some unfortunate creepy crawlies, you might have come across Jeff, and maybe at first thought, oh, this guy is just a health and safety inspector. What's he doing here? But then as soon as the monster showed up, he was like prepared and went after it. And so it was maybe one of the first normal people you met who was in on the secret that monsters exist.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna, because obviously I've got you saved their life back when they didn't know monsters were real. And for me, that either has to be Jeff or Gilly, because obviously if they know they're these two are wherever I can point are slightly monsterish themselves anyway. Not as in like monsters, but as in if you're a spell slinger, you know that there's magic in the world. If you're the divine, you know you know that there's something higher. So it's got to be a quote unquote normal person. So
Well, yeah, we could retcon it and go ahead.
I was gonna say, okay, so I'm like a math teacher and I'm just like really, really, really smart, apparently. So maybe I, was in trouble and got saved by the chosen. And then I was like, oh my God, what are you doing? And then I was like, I gotta learn all about this. And now that's why she's like my ward, because now that I know about it, I've done all this research and studying, and now I understand all this stuff.
You had to like pay her back.
Yeah, and if she saved your life, that might create a sense of obligation. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Cool. So you will say you met Jeff, who just for a variety of reasons, like maybe being half baked all the time, seemed I got that hookup. It was a real easy transition to go, oh yeah, monsters are real. So you forged that connection, and through that investigation, Gilly was in danger, and you saved Gilly's life, which opened Gilly's eyes to the idea that monsters are real and magic exists. And Gilly did what Gilly does, which is research and learn, and voraciously devour.
And I was like, Jeff, what are you doing here? Last family reunion.
I'm just inspecting the outlets
for tentacles. Tentacles, as you do. Awesome.
And ungrounded outlets.
Yes.
How old is Gilly?
I'm 38.
38.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. And Jeff is 20 something.
Early 20s.
Early 20s.
Let's just say 21.
Yep. Saoirse is 17. So how old are you, Phoenix?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to decide. I don't feel like I want to be a high school student.
Yep.
Maybe you're recently graduated?
Yeah, I think I want to be someone that's graduated from high school, but was a student at that school.
Well,
but no longer attends.
And everyone remembers you at the school as being a good student and popular and well liked and respectful and all those things. But there's specific memories like, oh, I sat behind you in Mrs. Davis's class aren't really there. They just kind of like, oh yeah. It's like that person that you went to school with and you have an impression of them, but they don't have any like super specific memories because technically you weren't there, but reality shifted somehow and you appeared. So yeah, people remember
I was a transfer as well.
Right. Oh, you transferred in junior year, made a lot of friends. It's great. Everyone's happy that you stuck around. No one's super curious about what it is that you're currently doing. They just kind of like smile and wave and go, oh, yeah, there's Phoenix. We know Phoenix. As part of whatever magic or whatever it was that summoned you into, the prophecy that summoned you into existence. Lovely.
Okay, well, for fun, I will also put that I will become romantically entangled with Gilly.
Oh my. Wow.
Yeah, when I realized that you're like an entity with no age, I'm like, all right.
You might not have
I thought you were a little young, but now that I know you're actually infinitely old, let's do it.
Well, and you
Yeah, I feel like I'm a bit like, the vampires in Twilight that go to school. I'm like them, like in the sense of like they look like young, but they're actually
Yes.
And they're glittery. Are you glittery? Because I'm not into
No, I'm
She's
extremely
almost
pale.
albino.
Oh,
So,
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm not shiny though. That's Lala. You're talking about a
glow in the
different
dark.
character. No, I'm just white. I'm just very, very pale with like white, cropped, slightly blue hair, and everything I wear is kind of white with like highlights of color. But anyway,
Okay. I like it.
and then I would say that they could have been the chosen one, but they failed a test and they are destined to be your mentor. I will put them both as the divine. Because of our family relation and stuff like that. I wonder whether I came into existence because they failed something.
Yep.
And so that's how I became what I was. And instead of being the chosen, they then became the divine, or they were both. And then they lost that. I don't know.
Yeah. Or chose not to. It doesn't have to be a tried and failed. It could be I in honest decided not to do that. So the universe said, okay, fine, we'll do something about that, and popped you into existence instead.
Yeah, and then I will put Zodi as how do I say your character's name? So
Saoirse.
Yeah.
Saoirse.
Saoirse. Yeah.
Yeah. I will put you as rival at first, but came to a working arrangement.
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay.
Jeff,
Cool.
anything?
That's all my stuff.
Lovely.
Sorry, I had a lot.
No, it's all good. Jeff, any other additional thoughts or changes that you want to make to? So, I'm curious about, so you work for health and safety in town.
Yeah.
So you are so you are a government employee, correct?
I'm a government employee at like the lowest rung.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that goes and like, I don't necessarily do like kitchen inspections, but like, if like when they're constructing new buildings, they'll send me in to make sure that like all of the housing codes are up to date, all of the building codes. So like I have to know like what each area of the town is zoned for, stuff like that. So I have a lot of like civil engineering kind of knowledge. Like I know how these buildings work. I know a lot of the blueprints, or I can get my hands on blueprints because I need them. Which helps when we're planning out like
Yeah, that's
spooky hunting activities. But not very high up. I don't know a lot of powerful people.
Yep. And it's a very small town, and the size kind of is intentionally ambiguous so that we can expand or contract it as needed. How does it strike you that perhaps you got your job from an older person who was retiring, and that in learning the ropes, you were exposed to, there's a bunch of old creepy abandoned buildings, and just kind of got like this person, this almost mentor, kind of helped to introduce you to like, well, when we're inspecting for health and safety, we're looking for these things, but we're also looking for signs of this other stuff, and that maybe was your introduction into the fact that monsters and magic and things exist. So
here's like they'll be like, this is the stairwell, this one isn't safe because of this rickety. Up in this church they have this croft, it's allowed because at this height, or the ceilings because of this. Over here we have the ancient sigils to an older god. You know, like we can't disrupt it because if we do, it'll summon stuff and break the whole building, destroy the foundation, and that's going to be a pain to repair. So we're just going to leave those alone.
Just real matter of fact. Yeah. Just clipboards, checklists. Exactly. Love that. So think a little bit about who that person is and if they are still around. And if so, whether they are around or not, if they have any role to play, either as someone you can check in with, that you have an NPC that you have connection to, or someone who died and therefore is a motivation factor. Cool. I like that. Inanis.
Yes. So it actually says in the like your close relations, Phoenix is supposed to ask me how. Phoenix is my little sister.
Oh, I'm going to write that in.
I like it.
So it's true that I could have been the chosen one, but it just didn't work out. I tried, and I couldn't make it work. So I'm like the void, lacking light, like void of darkness, but not evil darkness. It's neutral darkness. And Phoenix is like the light. So they made a void of light
Like it.
instead
Like it.
to
Like
see
it.
if that would do better. So but I am here because I failed to help. So like if I get if she gets close to the precipice of failing, I'm supposed to help her and protect her
Yes.
so that she can do the thing. So I have a to the chosen when I arrived, which is sometime I think after you appeared on the scene. I just popped into existence also. And then I said that you have a crucial role and I'm here to guide and defend you.
Lovely.
The Jeff the Mundane,
Mm-hmm.
you were already friends with Phoenix when I got here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really bad at fitting in with mortals.
I'm pretty laid back.
I don't understand your human things.
Fair.
So anytime people try to relate to me on a human level, I am not good at it. So I ask you lots of questions about mortal stuff.
Sure.
Perfect.
I'm like constantly walking in and being like, what does an apple a day mean?
She's our Tilly.
Yes.
Rachel, she's our Tilly.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't understand your mortal things. It's very weird. You say like half of a phrase and you don't finish it, and also the phrase doesn't mean anything. Like, what does an apple a day mean? I don't understand.
It means that you need health care. I have really good health care.
Okay.
Yep, you are a municipal employee,
Government
so you
employee.
actually have really good health care for sure.
Set.
I look like I'm about 30, but I'm actually ageless.
Right.
Fun.
And the expert, Gilly, when you had your near-death experience, and Phoenix saved you, you prayed informally, even subconscious prayer, and that is what summoned me into existence.
Ooh.
All right, well, my bad. I hope I didn't pull you away from anything important.
No, there's nothing more important than what I'm doing here.
Yes.
Damn it, Meg. Look what you did.
So there are prophecies about what's supposed to happen here. And Saoirse, you were not in any of them. I don't know what you're doing here. And I'm keeping an eye on you because I just like the other three are mentioned. I don't know about you. Like,
So you're the wild card.
yeah.
That definitely works out with the mundane because he's sus of me. So
Yes.
Just a little bit. Not in like a oh you're a bad person way. Just like in a I'm just like if you walk into a room, I'm gonna make sure I'm behind you. Because I don't really know what comes out of your fingers.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I've been helping with your magic, because I figure that, you know,
I
I figure that you you need some help with like getting it under control.
Yep.
yes,
And I don't know what
it's-
purpose you have for being here, but I'm also not trying to get you to leave.
Yeah.
You know? I
Yeah,
figure that
the
you're here for a reason.
the magics that I have her slated for are kind of like the darkness magics. But she's trying to find like that good balance of I don't want to kill you, I just want to stop you. but I will go the distance if I need to.
Yep. Makes good sense. So we understand a bit more about how the... Go ahead, Rachie. Unmute. You're on mute.
You're muted, Rachie.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Why is it not? Is it mute? Oh, it's on mute now. Okay. Can I just ask a quick question in the sense of me and the divine?
Yeah.
Because I said I came into existence because the divine failed at being the chosen. And so I became the chosen.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Hella said that they came into existence to protect me. I'm just trying to work out the timeline on that.
Well,
the divine time is weird.
Yeah, it's...
Okay.
It's...
Okay. So it's like they may have existed in a different plane.
Yes.
Yeah,
But not in this reality. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I was in not a mortal plane.
Yeah.
And the expert's prayer summoned me back.
Yes.
Thank you. That just helps it to go into my head about how our relationship works. Thank you.
Yep. And you're both your existence is somewhat paradoxical in that you are both the cause and the result, and somehow neither at the same time. So yes, your purpose can also be the thing, the end result of your purpose can also be the genesis of your existence, which doesn't make much sense, but it's fine. Because at some point the world is going to crack wide open and things like causality are no longer going to be meaningful. And you are both, I'm going to say, you as well as Saoirse's powers are likely kind of almost like a backward echo of whatever it is to come. So, and for those in chat and you two later, so the narrative is in some ways driven by the playbooks that the characters have chosen. If, for example, we didn't have a chosen with this notion of a looming apocalypse and the responsibility to deal with it, that might not even be part of the story. And it's unlikely that we will get to the apocalypse in this limited series. But that is one of the things about the Powered by the Apocalypse, is that the story itself molds itself to the playbooks and style that the characters adopt. So
I just want to say that I added that I work at the local library, and I also am a tour guide.
Ah, lovely. Yes. So you work at
the local tour guide.
Lovely. So you work at the Paulson Library.
Yeah.
Excellent. Which is a perfect segue into a little brief orientation about the town. So the players have a short-ish PDF of the town of Willow Bluff, some of the points of interest of Willow Bluff, one of which is the Paulson Library. So in a nutshell, Willow Bluff, its fortunes were made during the Minnesota Gold Rush. Now it is somewhere in the rough kind of center-ish of the state, far away from where the actual or the majority of the gold rush happened back in the mid-19th century. But a particularly persistent prospector named Oliver Paulson was convinced that he would find gold far away from the gold range. There's a variety of superstitions and local myths as to how and why that happened. But in fact, he did. The old Paulson mine is just north of town. And it's played out now and almost certainly haunted and cursed due to all the cave-ins and all the spirits of the various miners who are trapped therein. But during the heyday of town in the second half of the 19th century, eating into kind of the very first part of the 20th century, this was a bustling place. There was a lot of money to go around. And Paulson and his family invested very heavily in bringing culture and architecture to town. So in the center of this kind of lake, which is just a very wide area in the river that marks the western boundary of town, is Gold Island. On Gold Island is a very large structure known as Paulson Castle. It was the family home of the Paulson family until it fell into repair during and after the Great Depression. There was at one time a very large and frankly well-attended amusement park. It was called the Coney Island of the Midwest. So lots of folks from all over came and visited and hung out. A lot of not so nice people from Chicago, the Al Capone, etc., was known. I mean, there are in Paulson Library, there are in fact pictures of Al Capone and various other luminaries hanging out on Gold Island at the amusement park. There are rumors that in the bluffs, particularly the bluffs underneath the Willow Bluff Park, known by locals as Widow's Point, there are some like little caverns and things that were probably used by bootleggers. At one time, there was probably an entire like underground bar and stuff, but through erosion, the area has become unsafe, and so it really hasn't been excavated. But there was a very thriving kind of culture and entertainment and lots of money flowing in and out of town. But since then, the town has shrunk significantly and was in danger of sort of being abandoned or becoming one of these, small struggling rural towns until Syntech came along. Syntech, by the way, the setting it's kind of a weird 80s, 90s, so there's a little bit of a throwback feel to it, but it's not purely historical, so there's some advanced technology as well. But Syntech is a loop company. Loop is an international conglomerate focused on all kinds of advanced technology and power generation, computers, etc. So Syntech is a subsidiary in North America, and for reasons no one really understands, they decided to open their new North American Administration Center near Willow Bluff. They also opened a office building. They constructed a new office building in downtown. They have funded the Pioneer Academy to help as part of their foundation, an educational and local outreach arm, to identify young talent and train them up so that they can have the next generation of smart minds to help whatever new breakthroughs and inventions come out of Syntech, and have helped to attract folks from other parts of the country and the world. So the economy here in town is booming in a way that it hasn't for the past, 60, 80 years. So although not everyone is happy with the influx of outsiders, it's certainly not unusual to have folks who are from out of town, because there's a reason for them to come and participate in Syntech. There's a lot of conspiracy theories about Syntech. It's a front for an evil corporation. The local Theosophical Society doesn't seem to really like the idea of a high-tech company being here in town. But the local owners of businesses like The Remains to Be Seen, Curio Shop, the Knit and Caboodle Craft Store, 5 Star Video, which is the only video, because we're in a time where renting videos and DVDs still makes sense, even though there's probably streaming too. Arcade, where all the kids go and hang out and play whatever games they have. The local business, and the premier Sweet and Sour Cafe. There's a high population of people with Swedish ancestry, or who at least claim it. So there is a lovely couple who brought together Swedish and Vietnamese cuisine into the Swede.
Wonderful.
Yes, Swede. Well, they got started with a sweet and sour meatball kind of like cart that was very, very popular, and has now become one of the nicest little cafes in town. But yes, there's a lovely couple who just opened up the Willow Bluff Inn, one of the larger kind of Victorian mansions, just to the very, very southeastern edge of town. They have renovated it. They're from Chicago. They've renovated it and have opened it up as an inn and B&B. So there's a lot of business flowing from the new folks in town, but there's also a lot of mystery, because no one really knows what Syntech does. Their research facility is out of town, so largely it's people who either live on a campus that's highly controlled, or come in to work in the office building, but no one really talks about their work. I will say, Gilly, you know Dr. Octavia Green, who is she is a PhD in physics. She has taught theoretical physics and quantum cosmology at like Ivy League schools. She is somehow affiliated with Syntech. She's quite wealthy due to a variety of patents that she has helped Syntech develop. But she is currently on sabbatical, both from her teaching and her direct involvement with Syntech. And rumors about town are that she's conducting some sort of strange experimentation in her bedroom. She also has a tendency to hang around with a group of weird kids. And you probably have heard rumors that they have investigated a variety of strange happenings. So whether they are hunters themselves or somehow have come across knowledge that something strange is happening here in town and perhaps in the rest of the world, you don't really know. These kids are too young to have ever been in your class, but it's certainly something that you're aware of, is that there have been some unusual happenings in the past that Dr. Green and her little Scooby gang have been involved in. So just throwing that out there as something that you might know. Otherwise, I mean, you know the Cameron family. This is the mayor and his 3 children. His brother is also the chief of police. So the Cameron family currently is kind of like one of the premier families here in town. Although recently, the latest generation of the Paulson family, Timothy, has moved here to town to be an executive at Syntech. And his sister, Grace, who is an attorney in Chicago, has been seen about town wheeling around in her little convertible Mercedes. She seems very fixated on fixing up Paulson Castle and turning it into an attraction and a revenue source, as opposed to just being this creepy old ruin sitting out at the tip top of the island out in the middle of the lake. So there's a lot of stuff happening. You know these people, but there's a lot of people that you probably know that we haven't named. But that gives you an idea of, it's a town in transition. It's a town that is flush with investment, but a town also of many, many old traditions that date back to the time when it was very different. It was a playground for the wealthy and ignominious over 100 years ago. And that left a lot of creepy old mansions and a creepy old asylum, a creepy old castle, an abandoned amusement park, which no one's allowed to go to because, of course, it's a health and safety risk. So there's a lot of, and then of course the mine itself, and of course you've got the summer camps.
Wait, does
Which
Jeff live in the abandoned carnival or whatever?
One would hope not. It's not safe.
No,
It's
I
definitely
know,
not
but
safe.
he's a risk and safety person. He could find the safest part.
I
have
will
an
say,
apartment.
yeah, have an apartment downtown.
Okay, fine.
I live
more exciting if you
in
were
the
in your
abandoned
van.
amusement park
Yes.
Oh.
there we go.
because I don't have to pay bills there. I don't understand your human money stuff.
Okay, cool. So there's a lot of weird
Yes, help.
stuff that happens out there, but we'll say that it tends to avoid you while you're there, so you haven't had to deal with most of it. But yes, there is the I'm gonna have to switch over. It's the Gold Shore campgrounds and the Lake of the Woods and Greenwoods camps, kind of on the far side of the lake. And there have been, I mean, every summer there's some sort of weird event that happens. Last summer, it was the disappearance of Peggy Pulaski, who was a young, kind of nerdy girl who disappeared and then came back different. But that mystery has been resolved. But so there's always something going on over there, particularly in the summers, as kids from the Twin Cities and even further beyond come up here to Willow Bluff to spend their summers boating on the lake and fishing, etc. So that's a decent orientation. Hopefully, gives you a sense of your place in the world.
You said boning on the lake. I was like,
well,
what?
I thought
Yeah.
the same thing.
I was like, hello.
I was like, oh my gosh.
it used to be separate boys and girls camps. But a couple of years ago, they were brought together. So I guarantee you there's some really disgusting teenage boning happening as well.
I mean, don't they know that that's not a thing you should do in a horror movie? I'm not from here, but I even know that's not a thing you should do.
Yep. And there's
That's
all,
a death
well,
sentence.
yes, exactly. There's all sorts of rumors that may or may not be true. Some people think that the Theosophical Society is actually a satanic cult. Some people think that there's a monster or a serial killer or a ghost or some other stuff that lives in the woods or the lake or the whatever that eats virgins or eats people who aren't virgins. A lot of people believe that there are secret tunnels underneath Paulson Castle where Old Man Paulson or one of his descendants hoarded away a lot of gold. So there's, Jeff, I think occasionally you are called out. You have to hop on a boat and head over because, you know, some teenagers or some out-of-towners will try to go in and explore and then, you know, twist an ankle or someone will spot them. And so you have to go shoo them away. You do know that historically, and this is certainly something that Phoenix, you would know, that a bunch of people did die in a cave-in at Paulson Mine, but that the family tried to cover it up and lay blame on the miners for being, foreign and incompetent. Well, I mean, it was a different time, right? But
Rude.
that cave-in was almost like the start of the decline of the town. But it also happened right around the time that the mine stopped being as productive and the Great Depression hit. Some people think that the sweet and sour meatballs are made from missing dogs and cats because racism.
Because stereotyping.
Yeah. Some people think that Dr. Octavia Green, is building an army of killer robots in her basement, but that's usually teenagers.
Because she hangs out with a bunch of nerds, one
Yes.
of which is Leonardo DiCaprio from This Boy's Life.
Yes. And one of them is Corey Haim. So anyway, there back in the heyday, there was a traveling circus, and some folks in town attacked a clown. And there's a local kind of creepypasta. You know, if you say the clown's name 3 times or whatever, he shows up and he's seeking to get revenge by terrorizing the children of the people who attacked him. There's rumors that there was a Soviet spy cell here back during the Cold War. There's a little island with a ruined hut on it down at the south part of the lake that kids think is like an abandoned witch's hut. And there's a tradition of kids daring each other to swim across at night. That is, interestingly enough, where Peggy Pulaski disappeared last summer and then just kind of showed back up. But anyway, so you have a sense of the town that you're in and all the weird rumors, but mostly it's just people going about their lives and getting their kids to school and going to work in shops, or a lot of folks. It's a little far away to be a true bedroom community for the Twin Cities, but there are probably people who commute. And there's starting to be a little bit of kind of like weekend homes, you know, folks buying up old Victorian mansions and renovating them and keeping them as, you know, summer lake cabins, as one is wont to do here in Minnesota. So yeah, it's a town in transition. Anyway, so that is what you know. We will start. First of all, any questions or thoughts before we dive into the mystery itself?
I want to retcon living in the abandoned amusement park.
Yeah.
I don't live there.
Okay.
I live in one of the old decrepit like cabins.
Yes.
I own it from the last time I was here.
Yes.
It was like 100 years ago that I was here.
Yes.
That's why it's abandoned.
Yeah, but it's mine. I have the deed.
Yes. So in one of the cabins that's kind of on the far side of the lake, kind of off in the woods. Perfect. So you live in a creepy old cabin, which no one's going to bother you there, which is good. We're saying Jeff lives in, let's say a lot of the grand homes near Clock Tower Park, in kind of in the center of town, have been turned into either mixed use, like office in the bottom, like your therapist and your tax accountant and stuff like that, and then living apartments above, or even into duplexes and triplexes. So maybe you live on the third floor, converted attic apartment in one of these grand old homes.
I'm definitely a rent a single bedroom kind of guy.
Yeah.
Just don't ask questions about the smell, and we're all good.
Wow. Gilly, I assume
Legal.
right. Gilly, I assume you have a home, a house.
I do, but I also have a cot in my office, and I spend a lot of time in my office.
Yes. And where is your haven?
That's what I was trying to decide. I feel like the haven is the office because I feel like I have all my books there, and I have a cot there, and I've got like infirmary type stuff so we can do healings there. Like, I feel like that's going to be my center of, like, I think some nights I sleep there, like, and I'm a mess. Like, I try to, like, I'm like a hot mess. Like, I'm always kind of just like, sometimes I have like a candy wrapper in my hair. Like, I'm just kind of like all over the place. Like,
Perfect.
you know?
Perfect.
So, and then sometimes I sleep in my office and I'm wear the same clothes the next day. And I'm just like, whatever, like, got to do linear algebra, you know?
Perfect. So,
Hence the romantic attraction that will come later.
Yes.
I mean, you can't, it's undeniable, right? You're just like, oh my God, you have a bit of honey in your hair. Let me get it for you. And then we fall in love. It's easy.
Wow.
This is how my real life works. Wait, I'm
It's like
single.
that. You
No.
look at this person and you go, hold on. There's such a mess that clearly they don't give a shit what people think about them. I like that in a person.
Yeah.
I like that in a person.
So Gilly has access to a part of the school that no one else goes to. So, do you think so it could be the attic, it could be the basement, or it could be a portion of the school, because the school building is quite old. It could just be a portion of the school that's currently unused and that folks don't even bother cleaning. So you tell me if it's like a separate wing, or if it's somehow like further removed from people by either being a basement or an attic space.
Remember, heat rises, and if your girl ain't good in heat, you don't want an attic space.
This is all. However, this is also Minnesota.
Yeah.
Summer still happens there.
I think I kind of want to be like, could there be like a wing of the school that's like kind of being renovated, but also like my office was there and I refused to move?
Sure. Yes.
So it's like removed from everything, and they're like redecorating everything. They're like redoing the whole thing just around me because I'm like, well, this is my office. I can't leave my office.
Yes. Which makes perfect sense with the narrative. So the town council had voted to fund a renovation of the Willow Park School to account for the influx of families with young children, and kind of part of planning and part of the way that they use the taxes that they are now getting from Syntec. And then Syntec said, oh, that's fine. We're going to start our own school. So they bought one of the grand old mansions in the heart of town and have turned it into the Pioneer Academy.
Oh,
and
wait, is that the private school I could have worked at?
It's fine. This actually makes more sense.
I know, I prefer the public school,
Yes.
but I just was wondering.
Yes. So the Pioneer Academy is funded by Syntec as part of their philanthropy and outreach activities. And so there was a grand plan to expand the Willow Park School that has now kind of fallen through. So there's an entire wing of this structure that is partially renovated. So your offices are fine, it's safe, but for health and safety reasons, and because I mean the many of the areas have been pulled back to the studs of the walls and stuff like that it's not really suitable for classrooms, and there's really no reason for anyone to go there other than you, since you refuse to move your offices. So I think that will give you a place that is far enough separated that
well, and honestly, I probably enjoy like the solitude of being kind of far.
Yep.
away from everyone.
Yep. So, and the administration is frankly much more concerned with like what to do now that there's a competing school that seems to be siphoning off some of the either richest or most talented students. So there's a little bit of resentment among some of your fellow teachers and school administrators that Syntech, and they still have more money and they still have more students because the Pioneer Academy student body is small, but there's a little bit of controversy there. So maybe some of the rumors about how Syntech is actually an evil force are coming from people who feel like their livelihood and their plans for their school have been threatened. Cool. So, one of the things that happens in this time of change is that families who, kind of had been eking by, some of them, their fortunes change, and some of them find themselves out of a job or their livelihoods being threatened as new businesses pop up. So, one of these is the Button Bait Shop. So Charlie Button is, we'll say he's early 40s. He was never really well respected around town. He was known to be kind of unfriendly. His wife left him. I think most people kind of sympathized with the wife. But their young daughter, Susie, stayed here with her dad. And there's rumors that maybe he's not a great dad, like he's neglectful. I mean, nothing that would warrant calling the cops, but that he's somewhat neglectful. Susie's a little bit of a problem. She's, like 9 or 10 years old, but she's a bit of a bully. You, Gilly, would have heard that she's kind of got an attitude, but being a good teacher also realized that it's probably because her home life is not awesome. Because it's likely her dad drinks too much. He used to make a bunch of money in the summer running a bait shop and boating tours. But now with the influx of wealthy people who have their own boats or aren't really coming up to fish, right? They're coming up to hang out and grill out on the shore. He has found that livelihood to be somewhat under threat. So his stress level has gone up. The amount that he drinks has probably gone up. And the summer season is just wrapping up as we begin the mystery. So the mystery begins as Gilly. You are informed, although she is not in your class, you would be on the distribution of a memo that goes out from the principal saying that there's been a tragedy. Charlie Button was found dead in his home. And Susie has been removed and she's being taken care of by neighbors. So she obviously won't be in town. There will be a school assembly because it's a small town and not that many people die, especially not someone who is reasonably young and in good health. And I will just say that something about the way that it's communicated, there's nothing overt in the announcement that you receive, but the fact how vague it is kind of maybe makes your spidey senses tingle. Like maybe there's something else going on, because it's not like, oh, unfortunately he passed of a heart attack or there was an accident. It was just like he was found dead in his home. Don't worry, Susie's okay. If you have a class with Susie in it, or if you have whatever grade a 8 or 9 year old would be in, any teachers of those schools will want to talk to their students and give them a little bit of guidance and support. But assure everyone that Susie's okay. But there's nothing. You would expect a little bit of. They would know there's going to be some curiosity, so you would think that if it was something mundane, they would just say he slipped and fell, or had a heart attack or something, but it's very just he was found. And that's where we'll start. That is your clue that something unpleasant might be afoot.
Do I have to? I need to roll for Destiny's Plaything, right?
Oh yes, you should do that. As we're getting
Is
started.
it 2d6?
Yes. So go ahead and read that move to us. This is
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when you're the chosen, at the beginning, you get 2 moves, and you don't get to choose them. You just get given them. The one that starts the game is called Destiny's Plaything, and it says at the beginning of each mystery, roll weird, like roll plus weird to see what is revealed about your immediate future,
yes.
and then it just tells me what happens when I roll what.
Yes.
So
Roll plus
Michael's going
weird.
to tell me. Michael's
This
going
is
to
a-
tell me what happens about my future.
Yes.
This is a D6 system, right?
2d6s plus your rating and whatever the appropriate attribute is.
Okay. 2D6 plus the rating. Gotcha.
Yeah, so every
Thank
time it says like roll plus cool, it's 2d6 plus cool.
you. Okay.
I got
Love
8.
it.
All right, so that is a 7 to 9. What does the 7 to 9 mixed success tell you?
It says, I think you give me a vague clue. So on 7 to 9, you get a vague hint about it.
Yes. And magical powers is somehow tied into your fate, correct? Do I remember that accurately?
Yeah, that I'm not a fully human being. Oh, yeah, no, you're on about, where it says at the bottom, the heroic, it says visions and magical powers. And then doom is you can't save everyone, and damnation.
Yes. So I will say you awaken from a dream. And your dreams aren't always prophetic. And even bad dreams aren't always tied into your fate or the prophecy that you're connected to. But this one feels like maybe it might be. You see death. You see punishment. There's a sense of a bunch of people like receiving their comeuppance, like someone has decided that they did something wrong and now they're getting some sort of supernatural payback. And behind that, you see just the briefest glimpse of a hooded figure lit by candlelight, and they are incanting something. And it's almost like there's a puppet master, but you see doom, death, and destruction being rained down upon the town. You have moments of seeing people just dropping dead.
I'm feeling a little attacked here with the description.
Yeah. You don't get a sense that it's any of your... You don't get a sense of immediate danger to any of your associates, or the dream does not feature them. This feels like something coming and some unknown actor.
Foreboding.
Yes, foreboding, and some unknown actor or actors are up to something in town.
Okay.
Beautiful. At the same time that Gilly is getting suspicious due to the nature of this announcement. So, Gilly, your spidey senses are tingling. What do you do about it?
Yes. So here's a question. What do I do to get in touch with people? I mean, we don't have a group chat.
You
I have
can
a cell phone.
you can have a group chat if you want to. Just establish it in the narrative.
Okay, we have a group chat.
It's kind of weird 80s, but the tech level is kind of variable.
Also,
It's old school MSN.
Right.
Also, Gilly,
Pagers.
we've established that if you just like make prayer sounding thing, I'll hear you and appear.
Yes.
So if that's
I don't think I have a cell phone.
okay,
I
so
don't
if
need
that's
one.
the case, I'll probably try to get in touch with people.
So
And I'll probably be like, Something doesn't seem right about this. Does anyone know about any of this? Like, we need to figure this out probably and check out, because this seems really,
Something's weird.
sketch.
Something sketch. So you post something on HOL, Hunters Online, which is kind of a dark web conspiracy theory site where you created your own little bulletin board, kind of hiding the truth amongst all the unsubstantiated conspiracy theories and Bigfoot sightings. And you can page Jeff. Because I'm going to say you have some weird kind of retro cell phone, but the easiest thing to do is if someone needs something inspected or there's a health and safety problem, they just page you up.
Just page me with like an address.
Yes.
With the pager. 911.
And simply as if the mere intent to contact Anonymous is sufficient. So as you're going in, as you're paging Jeff and typing a, hey, we should probably all meet in my office into the shared bulletin board, I'm going to say you hear a knock on your office door.
I go and grab the blueprint for the house that the guy was found dead in. The button.
Yep. Perfect.
And bring it over.
All right. So in a relatively short order, we'll say it's a Saturday. So you got the message more just to let you know, and so that you can be prepped if there are any questions when school starts up on Monday. So you have the weekend basically to investigate, and no one has any jobs or anything else that they need to take care of because it's a Saturday morning. Oh. So Anonymous is, of course, the first to arrive, but in relatively short order, your group of hunters is assembled in Gilly's office/haven.
I would just like to say that before I came to the office, because I woke up from a scary vision/nightmare thing, I immediately went to my best friend Jeff's house. So as he got the page, I was also knocking on his door. So we arrived together.
Excellent.
When I hear the knock on my door, I open the door like who the heck is this? Like with the frantic, like, who could be in my office? And I open the door and I'm like, right, come. Right, my bad. I don't know why that every time it gets me every time. And then, like, is it possible that I had a study session planned? With, how do you say your name?
Saoirse.
Saoirse, okay.
Or Saoirse.
Is it possible I had some kind of study session planned, so even if Saoirse doesn't see the message, she ends up coming anyway because we had planned something anyway?
Sure.
Saoirse is struggle busing in math.
Yes. Yes. Beautiful.
Anonymous also helps with that.
Yes.
The Void is very good at math.
Yes.
Nice. the Void.
Math and magic.
Yeah.
Yep. It's all about zeroing out everything. So
Yep.
Perfect. All right. So in short order, the hunters arrive in ones and twos. What do you do or say?
So it's body. Right? Dead people?
Is that why we're here?
Jeff, what are you? Yes, listen.
Are you high?
Mr. Button is dead. Yeah, of course he. That's a silly question. Mr. Button is dead. Mr. Button is dead. And here's the thing. I'm feeling like there's something going on. Just the way that it was reported, I'm getting these vibes. I don't think it was just, he fell or, on the job or he was just found dead in his home. And now they have the child that I don't remember their name.
Susie.
How could I not remember Susie? That's like the most basic female child name ever. They've got little Susie. And I don't know where she is, but something just feels off. I don't know if we can get an autopsy, check on a body, look at the crimes. I don't know. I just feel there's something in my bones that's telling me, you know, that this is different. And I'd love to get a look at some of the evidence.
Well, I brought the blueprints if you want to look at the outlines of the house for planning, but I don't
in all honesty, is it really that big of a loss? I mean, we've heard the rumors around the town about Mr. Button and, you know, why Susie is the way she is. And honestly, with them both out of the picture, the town's going to be a nicer place.
This is for a child to lose a parent is a tragedy for any child. Sir, she sure. How do you say your name?
Saoirse.
Saoirse.
Saoirse. I gotta write it down. Saoirse. Listen, it's a tragedy for any child, and we should be concerned. But on top of that, I feel like it's something we should investigate. If it's the beginning of something, you know, Mr. Button was important, and it might be the beginning of something dubious. I just have this bad feeling about it.
Meg, in chat, I put the phonetic spelling of it. I know.
Okay, so I can look
it's
back at
not,
it. Cool.
Yeah, I know that it's not spelled the way that it sounds, but
Yes.
that's
So, yeah,
the
I know,
delightful
and
thing
I'm like,
about
Saoirse.
Irish names.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, got it.
No, SJ, it's not sachet.
sashay
No,
away.
it's
Sachet.
Saoirse.
J'étais.
Yes. Awesome.
Parbouré.
Right? So,
Kickball changed.
yes. So,
Okay.
Gilly has laid out her suspicions. What do you do?
Well, has anybody else gotten any kind of weird vibes or anything, man?
I don't know. Not
I mean,
me.
I've been bogged down with schoolwork and remedial math.
And honest, you are a
question.
weird vibe.
What?
I mean, you ain't exactly peaches and creams vibe either, my dude.
What?
I ran out of peaches and cream.
Why'd you say
Told Jeff?
Jeff?
I have
That's
enough as
Mr.
indica.
I was just doing my assigned pop culture watching.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was good. I got her
So
going to the Goonies right now.
I would say I give Jeff the side eye because when I went to his house, I told him about my visions. But I felt that because they were too vague, that all I really felt was a sense of foreboding and death and doom and all this kind of stuff. So it didn't give me any specifics, and it certainly didn't give me any kind of thing that may have looked like a suicide of a dad from a bake shop. So I kind of said to him I didn't want to worry the group about it until we knew more. So that's why I give him a side eye for saying, does anybody else have it?
Okay. Yeah.
Jeff just talked about this.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Maybe
Jeff is
there's
forgetful.
more. I am.
He's also high. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there's
I
more
just
to it.
forgot you told him.
Yeah. maybe there's more to it. I mean, like, what else are we gonna do on a Saturday? You know?
That's what I'm saying. Like, we might as well just. I would feel better if we were able to get some kind of information about where the body was found, what the circumstances were. You know, like, does it look suspicious? Was it a suicide? Like, I want to like get more information about it because it just seems awful sudden, and it seems, I don't know, it just has some stink on it.
Do we know if
we're not
the
going-
crime scene has been closed off and like the body's been taken? Like, we don't know any of that information.
The only thing you know is that Gilly received a note from the principal saying something has happened. Susie won't be at school on Monday. Particularly teachers in her grades, or if any of her friends and classmates are being prepared so they can have some sort of statement on Monday. But all of the teachers were notified just out of the normal process.
So what I say is, well, we can go look and see if it's an active crime scene. If it's an active crime scene, then I think it's best we keep our distance because we don't want to be seen, lurking around an active crime scene. If it's been closed, if there's no one there, then I feel then there's no harm in looking around to see if anybody missed anything. And obviously, Gilly, you can bring your books to do, measurements of stuff, trajectories, and things like that. That might help us gain more information because, I don't think the police around here are very good at math.
What about also getting in touch with Dr. Green?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna assume we can't hack into the mainframe. Is that not a thing?
I mean,
Not in the 90s. it is.
maybe sort of. I will say that
I wonder if we could see the autopsy.
the WPPD, WBPD, the police department, shares offices with the fire department and et cetera. It's a very small township. So even if such advanced computer systems exist, it's not the kind of thing. Like maybe they've been given a grant by Syntech to upgrade, but it hasn't happened yet. So you're still dealing a lot with like paper files and more rudimentary computer systems.
Okay, well, do you think it'll help that my brother Paulie is a police officer?
Yeah. No, for sure.
Okay, because maybe I could just put a call into Polly and be like, "Hey, Polly, how are things? Like, what's going on with the like?" Just try to get the scoop on what's happening with it. Like, maybe we have that connection.
Yep, sounds good. So, you're sitting in your office. You're formulating ways that you can investigate. Some potential ideas are coming up, like investigating the scene of the event, crime potentially. As well as trying to get an inside line from the police. So let's start with the call to Polly. So you're going to pick up the phone and you're going to call Polly. Now he's a sheriff's deputy, which there aren't that many of. So he's, one of like 4 or 5 people that is the entire police department. So he has got some access, but he's also somewhat junior. Polly was always kind of a screw up, You were always the more academically talented and more ambitious.
I was wondering too if because Polly works for the police, if I haven't been called sometimes to figure out some math stuff because none of them can do math. It's like a numbers situation,
He does occasionally share more with you than perhaps he should, just due to the familial closeness, and also just because he's not all that professional, because it's not required of a small town police department.
No, we're both hot messes. It makes sense.
Yes. So you pick up the phone and you call Polly. What do you say to him?
Hey, Polly, it's your sister. Gilly. Yeah. The only one.
Well, hey there, bud.
I was wondering, oh, hey there, bud. I was just wondering, what your plans were for Thanksgiving. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, well, for sure. We're
going to mom's again.
Yeah, we're for sure going to go see mom and dad. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That totally makes sense. That's great.
Well, what were your plans if you weren't coming?
I think I'll probably do the same. So.
Oh, you mean like every year? Okay.
Yeah, probably. Oh, hey, Polly, while I got you here, I thought I'd ask you, what's going on with that, that dear girl, Susie? I'm going to be so sad not to see her around the halls. And I just, is she going to be okay? Is this something, should we be getting her a counselor? Is she being taken care of? Or, what do you think?
Oh, so you heard about that, did you?
Well, they sent an email out to the staff, so we kind of know about it, but they just really weren't very forthcoming, and I'm afraid that she's maybe been put into the system, and I don't know. I mean, maybe we could come up with a better arrangement, but I just thought I'd really like to kind of be privy to the situation to maybe think if I can think of any, solutions. I'm a problem solver, Polly. I always have been. You know that, Polly.
Well, that's real nice of you, but I think she's with some neighbors.
Oh, okay.
So she's probably okay for now, but
should I bring her a casserole? And I just Do you know how it happened? I want to be real sensitive when I make the casserole not to have anything triggering in it. I don't want to make a red sauce if it was super bloody. You know what I'm saying, Polly?
Yeah. Always so thoughtful.
Oh my god.
He says, I'm not supposed to talk to anybody about it.
Polly, you know I'm not going to tell anybody. I just want to make sure it's a compassionate, empathetic casserole.
Well, it's real weird. I would like you to attempt to manipulate Polly.
Ooh.
With the
Okay.
intent of getting him to break confidence and tell you something he's been told not to tell you. So that is going to be a roll plus charm.
Okay, but can't I use... Oh, I can use my charm. It's my cool that I've replaced. Right?
I'm not sure what your stats
Okay.
are. Yeah.
I have +1 to charm. Okay. Is it just... What do I roll for that?
2d6 plus charm.
2d6 plus charm. Okay, perfect. All right. Oh no, I got a 4.
So that would make it a 5.
No, I got a 3, which would make it a 4.
Okay. Are you sure the symbol is a 1, not a 6? Because sometimes those are 6s, not 1s.
Yeah, it's a 1.
Ah, boo. I hate it when they make the fancy symbol on the 1 because you get all excited. Well, so you have luck, but remember, you only have 7 luck. So luck is something, it is a limited, largely non-renewable resource that you can use to, after you have made a roll, treat it as if you rolled a 12, or to avoid all damage from an attack or something. But you only have 7, and there are very limited ways of getting it back. And once you're done and you're out of luck, you're out of luck. Bad stuff happens. Yes.
Pain redeemed a minor bane. What's that?
Oh, Pain did a Bane?
Yeah.
I am going to... Pain, was that associated with
No, we did
this
it
roll?
when we were planning.
Okay, so Pain just threw... Thank you for that. That is awesome, Pain. No, that is a negative consequence for the party.
Yay.
Wait,
So-
it's a negative consequence?
Oh,
Yes.
shit.
So we have...
Pain, why'd you do that?
Yes.
Pain.
So we have...
I'm gonna refund it, and you can give us something better.
No, don't do that. We have
come on.
we have boons and banes. We have minor and major
I
boons
didn't know
and
what
banes.
bane meant. I blew it. I should've
Boons
just
are
let it
good.
go.
Boons are like a little bit of healing or a little bit of a bonus, like a little bit of a help on a roll.
Dang,
Minor
dude.
banes are a little bit of a negative, like maybe an extra point of harm if it's a situation, or in this case, a roll.
I can't manipulate Polly.
So it's a fail, and I'm going to impose a complication on the roll.
Damn it, Pain!
And no, that's
Yeah, what
great.
the heck,
It's intended to be interactive. So thank you, Pain.
All right, hold on. Let me give myself a boon.
No,
This is going to be very interesting in the other
I know,
D&D
right?
campaigns.
We need it to be an
Especially,
empathetic.
with like the
Yeah.
superhero
Yeah, so
one. That's going to be great.
yes, if someone wants to redeem a boon, and there's not because the channel points in this channel are relatively new. There aren't going to be that many people who have a lot of them. So, but still,
No, I need 78 more points to do a major boon.
so Zodi has redeemed a minor boon. That's awesome.
Zodi,
But it doesn't.
Can that cancel out the bane?
No.
Uh-huh.
So it's a failure. And the consequence, I know, SJ, I need to find a way of making it so that people in the party can't redeem, but I'm not sure how to do that. It's not that big of a deal.
Well, you could just reject it and
It's-
make it give them their
Yeah.
points back and say,
It's-
"Nah, you can't do that."
It's
Reject the points.
just for fun. It's just for fun. So the failure is that he says, "Oh yeah, I can't tell you about that. It's an active investigation." And but I am telling you, if I catch you sniffing around this one, I'm not going to be able to protect you.
That's exciting.
Polly,
Well,
Maybe I'm not going to Thanksgiving. Why are you acting like this?
I'm just saying, I know you, and the sheriff's taking it real seriously. And if you start looking around, it's going to look bad to me. He's going to assume I told you something I'm not supposed to tell you. So just keep your nose out of it.
Well, then if you tell me, then I wouldn't have to be snooping around then, eh?
I said
Maybe it'd be better for you if you told me.
I gave my word.
Do you want me to tell Mom about junior year?
Oh, I want to hear about your year. That's gonna be fun.
Because I'll do it, Polly.
You said you'd never bring that up again. It was just
Yeah,
the one time.
It's a chip in, you know what? That's a card up my sleeve there, Polly. You should never have trusted me. Of course I'm gonna bring it up.
I'm just saying, it's my job on the line, Gilly. So
All right, Polly. I'm just gonna have to go snoop around then.
nope. The complication is that being caught snooping around is going to create family complications for you. So you are unless you don't care if your brother loses his job.
Well, I mean, he's kind of a dope, you know?
Well, yeah, but you're gonna
He lives with Mom anyway. She'd take care of him regardless.
yes, but he is also your only avenue of information about what the police know. So even if you don't care if he keeps his job, you probably want to
All
keep
right. I'll
keep,
be
keep a set of
nice.
ears. So it doesn't mean
And
you can't.
isn't he also Jeff's dad?
No, he's,
No, he's my
Oh, okay.
He's a different.
Oh, uncle.
Jeff's uncle,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I was like, oh.
Yeah, our
He's a-
other
he's a
brother
bit of
is
a-
Jeff's dad.
Yeah. So the complication is that you're going to have to be extra cautious about not being seen to nose around this
All
particular
right.
event.
We got to be super stealthy. Gotcha.
Thanks for the main pain. Makes the story more interesting, as it's
Real
supposed
nice,
to.
babe.
I mean, guys, like the only plans that I had for today was to clean my bathroom and commit some felonies. So I'd much rather commit felonies than scrub my tub.
Yeah. Sounds good. So
And I've already
With
smoked.
health and safety, right? You're with health and safety.
I'm investigating the house to make sure that there's no loose nails.
You're with health and safety.
Yeah,
If
we're investigating the health and safety of this dead
right.
person.
Well, I mean, they're dead, so they're as safe as they can get, and
But are
they're
they healthy?
posing a health risk just by existing as a dead person.
The health and safety of the police officers in the building.
Yeah, you might have to inspect to make sure that the building is structurally sound enough for them to investigate.
It's true. Yeah, it's a duty. It's off hours work, but I'll do it for free.
But if there's blood,
Mm-hmm.
that's a hazard.
I'll bring my
That's a
blood cleanup kit.
Blood hazard.
Yeah, he's got to go in there to see if it's a blood hazard.
So
Yeah. I'll bring my bucket and sawdust.
so Mr. Jeff would be the one person we could get into that crime scene because of his job.
yep.
And if all else fails, we throw in oh god, hell, I cannot say her name.
Inanis.
Inanis. We'll write that down.
Cersei Ananis.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense if you know how to pronounce ancient Latin, but
Right.
if you
As you
don't,
do. like you learned in Montessori back in the day.
let's
Well-
be honest though, I did.
Right. All right.
Well, I suggest that Jeff and I both go to the crime scene because I am a local tour guide. So this event may crop up on my next tour. So although I cannot go into the event, I feel that I can look outside and see what's going on for research purposes.
Sure. You can have whatever backstory you like. So nothing is preventing you all from going. The only thing is that Gilly is going to need to be circumspect, not be seen actively interfering. Or unlike some other games, it's absolutely okay to split the party. And in fact, in some ways, when you're investigating, it might make sense to pursue different avenues.
So here's what I do.
I have a
I'm
thing
like,
that
all
gives me
right.
bonuses
I'm
for that.
all right, Jeff. Here's the thing. I already talked to your Uncle Polly. I tried to get some information.
Yeah.
And this must be real serious because he said that he wouldn't even give me information. And he told me that if he caught me snooping around, it could be both our heads. So, I mean, I tried to blackmail him and he didn't even budge. So I think it's pretty serious. I should really stay away. I don't want to get Polly in trouble. However, I have these sweet walkie-talkies and I'm going to give you one and I'm going to kind of be near the premises. So if you find anything of value or if you need me to look anything up, you can contact me.
Okay, sounds good.
Perfect. So who all is going to the Button House?
I'll go.
Okay. Saoirse, are you going? You, I would say, potentially have other ways of investigating that don't necessarily involve going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Okay. So Saoirse and Gilly are staying at the Haven, your offices.
I'm in Jeff's van.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going, but I'm just going to stay in the van.
Okay.
There's a functional gamekeep in the back.
I'm going to play games and talk to them on the walkie-talkie.
Can I just say that
She's
I
gonna play
really
Snake on her Nokia.
love that y'all have a stakeout van?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like,
I mean,
"What's
it's
that
kind of
smell?
it's a
Did you
burnout
hit a
van,
skunk
but
in this van?"
Yeah, ain't killing. Yeah, it's a skunk.
wow.
You really got to be careful, okay? It's not actually worth points to hit those things like they say.
Okay,
Don't try to avoid roadkill, please.
you got it. You got it.
Beautiful. All right. So
By the way, Phoenix is driving because
yeah.
Because you're
Yeah.
baked.
yeah.
Yeah. Your medication just kicked in.
Yeah.
Or we'll say you start to drive, but you're driving like 5 miles an hour, which is a little bit suspicious. So Phoenix just like, let me drive. Got it. So Saoirse, do you go and stay in the van with the rest with Gilly? Or are you going to stay
I
behind?
can do that.
Okay, so you stay in the van. I will. So, magic is a thing, and as a spell slinger, Saoirse definitely has access to it. Now, magic is not like in D&D where there's a bunch of different spells, and there's a real difference between using magic and then a thing called big magic. So, using magic is primarily for small-ish short-term effects. So it's more of a utility, or maybe to cause a little bit of harm or whatever. It's more of a small and short-term utility capability than it is I cast a fireball or I summon a demon. All those things, by the way, are completely possible, but that lives in the realm of big magic, which often involves acquiring unusual reagents and or artifacts and involvement of multiple people in a long-term ritual. So almost anything is possible with magic. But I would say you certainly, Saoirse, have learned that or just know that openly casting magic kind of breaks the goal of trying to keep normal people insulated and protected from the fact that there are monsters and magic in the world. And that the potential downside and consequences scale exponentially when you try to do dramatic things. However, one of the things you can certainly do with magic is to observe a different time or place. And it's something you probably have been practicing. That sort of remote viewing is not usually terribly dangerous. So if you wish to leverage your occult senses to either observe the place, meaning the interior of the Button household, or potentially a different time to get a sense of like what was going on there last night, that is certainly something that you would be able to use magic to do. And because
I'm definitely gonna go with the latter of those two.
the time. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the time.
Cool. And with Gilly there to assist you and help to kind of guide from her esoteric learnings, we'll do that second. So first, we'll have the three of you going in. Jeff, you've got your work jacket on. Mm-hmm. Got your clipboard. got your various different, got your tool bag and your various different devices, etc. And there is, it's just off the main kind of southern street. It is the button house is right on the water, and in fact very near the kind of pier. The bait shop and boat tour office is actually on a pier jutting out into the lake, and it's within walking distance. The house is, it might never have been that grand. It's kind of like maybe it was a cottage at one time, but it hasn't been well kept up. It's a bit of an eyesore. I would say you probably have gotten a number of reports from the new owners of the Willow Bluff Inn, which is relatively nearby. Complaints about noise, complaints about trash in the yard, complaints about not keeping up with the mowing and the landscaping. It's a bit of an eyesore. But I will say there's no real threat to just walking up confidently with your clipboard. So how do you gain entry into the home?
I feel like, especially with my Uncle Polly on the police force, I'm well acquainted with all of the, like, this is not the first time I've come to a crime scene. Like, I'm not the first responder, I'm not the second responder, but I'm like the seventh responder.
Yeah.
So I'll come and check stuff out just to make sure, like, nothing, like, there's no, like, oh yeah, they fell off a banister. You know what I mean?
So yes. So we'll say that you don't know Charlie Button well, but because you have been called out here before, and have been made to look around and check and see if any of the landscaping issues are a code violation, et cetera, or a fire hazard. You probably know that he keeps a spare key on the back porch underneath a flower pot. So no need for, I mean, still technically breaking and entering, but no need to pick a lock or bust in a window. You can just lead your troop of 3 back around to the backyard, which is quite overgrown. But there's also a very large but somewhat rickety fence back here. So it's a bit more private. And you lift up the flower pot, and there is the key. And so you let yourself in the back door.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm bringing Phoenix and Anonymous with me inside.
Yes.
Because if anybody is inside and is like, hey, what are you doing here? I could be like, my thing. You know? Yes, it's vibes, buddy. Just vibes.
Yep. You can say they're trainees. There's all sorts of things. But the home does appear to be empty. It smells like stale smoke. There are some takeout containers sitting on the kitchen counter from the Sweet and Sour Cafe. There's something a little bit older. There's like like a pizza box from maybe a couple of days ago with some very shriveled, greasy looking pieces of pizza in it. The linoleum floors are kind of grimy. The place is not particularly well cleaned. There are dishes sitting in the sink, which kind of have a whiffy odor. There's, just like a garbage bag with stuff shoved in it that as you kind of walk in, you brush against, and you hear the clinking of many beer cans in it, and potentially some liquor bottles. But it's not a recycling bag. I mean, he was just going to throw it in the trash. So you're even just walking in, you're getting no worries. You're getting a sense of this is maybe not the best environment for a young child. And Honest, you were,
do we sense anything? Like, do I sense anything out of the ordinary? Like, how magic to tell what's happening?
So, I would say someone needs to investigate a mystery. And someone needs to assist in investigating a mystery. Or you can each investigate separately. And you'll be using kind of your own faculties, so you might pick up on different information. So it's really your choice whether to whether to investigate separately or to help each other. Helping is just something that narratively you're finding some sort of common sense way to do it. You make a roll, and if you succeed, you grant the main person who's doing the activity a +1. If you have a partial success, you grant a +1, but there's some sort of risk that you expose yourself to. And if you fail, you don't help them. But you may have exposed yourself to something dangerous.
I'm gonna go off on my own.
Okay.
Because I am prone to do that. It's part of my character.
Yes.
And I get bonus.
Yes.
For when I do.
So
Question: from the van, can I support someone?
if there is a narrative way that you can, then yes.
Okay, because
We have the
this is based
walkie-talkie.
on sharp, right?
Yeah.
I'm sharp,
Yes.
but I'm not in there.
Yes. And
yeah, but we could be talking to you.
Yeah.
On the walkie-talkie.
Yep. The help out is actually a plus cool.
Oh no, I wanted to help investigate. I didn't realize that was different. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say that to actually investigate the mystery, you would have to be in the location.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay.
You have to be able to see it. Which not saying that you can't go in, but you just know that
I'm like, do you see Polly anywhere?
being seen, well, potentially being seen by anybody could.
Right.
Oh,
They're coming for me already.
They're coming to take us
Staying
away.
in the van.
I would say that I could maybe investigate because
Yeah, and
obviously
I was
I have
gonna help you.
things. So maybe I have a vision. And yeah, that would make sense that my sister would help me.
We have a weird
she also
sister
said that's
thing.
her purchose. Yeah, but you said it was also your purpose is to like make me do stuff.
Sorry, I've got fire alarm going off. It's the water in the system. It's not an actual fire, but so I'll keep myself on mute when I'm not talking. But yes, so Jeff is going to physically investigate by going upstairs.
I was gonna say I was gonna go upstairs and let the two weird-eyed sisters do their thing.
Phoenix is going to investigate with Inannis's help to try to see what kind of weird spooky vibes might exist. And Saoirse is going to investigate by using magic to attempt to see into the past. So, Jeff, you make it to the top floor. You notice two things immediately. There are two bedrooms up there. One is one is obviously the master. One is obviously a child's room. The child's room does have a hinge and padlock on the exterior. But I would like you now to roll to investigate a mystery as you move into the main bedroom.
Okay, and I think Pain might have given me a boon. Pain might have given me something. I don't know. I can't see redemptions and stuff.
But Meg can.
He gave you a minor boon.
Okay.
Yeah, it does say, hey.
Okay. So you need to investigate a mystery. That'll be 2d6 plus 1. Wow. Okay. I got a 3. Plus 1 is 4.
I know that Pain.
However, that does give me an experience point because whenever I roll and get a total of 6 or less, I get to mark an experience box.
Yes, Gilly, you also mark experience. So Jeff, your 2d6 plus sharp plus the +1 boon is still okay. You can use luck. I'm just going to remind you.
I'm gonna pop my luck on this one because I feel like it's worthwhile. So that's gonna be a 12. Is that this? I guess that would get rid of the less than 6. So
Yes.
no experience.
Yes. So you hold 2, and you can spend those. You don't have to do it now, but you can spend those to ask each point you spend. Lets me answer one of those questions. So I would say you probably spend one now, but you can hold another one if you'd like.
Spend 2. What does that mean?
So on a 12, you hold 2. So you have 2 points effectively that you are holding. You can
Okay.
spend a hold to ask one of the set of questions. What happened here? What sort of creature was it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What is it going to do? And what's being concealed here? I will say some of those questions are not something that you would be able to really figure out. So really, what happened here?
Yeah.
What can it do? What is being concealed here?
That would be what happened here would be the first. That's what I'm trying to really figure out first.
Perfect. And like I said, you have 2 points you can spend on those questions. You don't have to spend both now. So you can save this as I made a deduction later on that will help answer one of these additional questions. So what happened here? You see a bed. And there's beer bottles and a wine bottle and a couple of overflowing ashtrays, some cigarette butts that have fallen to the ground and burned holes in the wooden floor. The bed is soaking wet, not with blood.
What does it smell? Does it have a smell like alcohol or urine or no odor?
It smells of unwashed sheets. But there's a briny scent too.
What is being concealed here? I sense that there's something hidden in this room, and I don't know what it is.
So you look and you see this sodden bed, and you look around more, and we'll say maybe even you twitch open the curtains a little bit to get a little bit of light in here, and the windows are like everything in here is very yellow stained from the nicotine and tar. So it's kind of a filtered light, but when you do, you see there are also footprints on the floor. In water. Leading away from the bed. In fact, they lead from the bed to the exterior wall, not even to a window. There's a set of footprints partially dried. And as you look at them closely, the edges where the water has started to evaporate have crystallized.
Like salt. Okay, that'd be the briny smell. A quick aside. Does this count as don't worry, I'll check it out, something scary or no?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if it counts as scary. It just says if you check out somewhere something scary, mark experience.
I mean, it's a potential murder scene, and you went by yourself.
That's true. Yeah.
That's kind of scary.
Okay. Is there anything else upstairs with like the dad's room or anything like that? Just like a normal bedroom. I mean, aside from like the 50 liquor bottles, I assume that are scattered around. Yeah. Okay. Then
I'll say that there's a stack of unpaid bills, like final notice.
Yeah. All right. I mean that makes sense why the cops would assume it's a suicide with that stack and the alcohol and all that. So,
but again, no blood.
No blood, just salty footsteps leading from the kid's bed.
And when I say that the bed is drenched, I mean it's completely drenched. It's like it was dunked in water.
But they said that she was. I'm gonna radio the ghillie.
I was gonna say, you have the radio? Yeah.
Yeah, I have
Tell me
radio.
everything that you see.
Explain the bed, the footprints, the hitting the wall, all that.
There was no blood.
No blood, completely soaked with salt water.
Oh, but it sounds like he may have drowned in his bed.
This is the girls' room, I think. Right?
No, this is the master.
This is the master bedroom. Okay. This is master.
Yeah, it sounds like he might have drowned in his bed if there's no blood, but he died and everything's soaked. How would he drown in his bed? But you said there were footsteps made out of the stuff?
There's footsteps made out of like the salty water that soaked the bed, and then it just hits a wall.
Oh, like saltwater person.
Yeah.
Are there such? I think I've read something about this before. And let me see what that means. I know I got to roll.
Amazing.
I've read about this sort of thing. Roll plus sharp. No. That's not it. Is it? Oh, that's act under pressure, though. That's not the same thing as I thought it was going to be. I don't actually have a spell that works for this, or an action that works for this. Oh, can I use my preparedness and roll to see if I have a book on hand about sea monsters? I can. Okay. So that's 2 plus my 2 plus my sharp. Okay. All right, here we go. That's a 7 plus 2. That's a 9.
And what does the move dictate on a 9?
It says on 7 to 9, you have it, but not here. It will take time to get it.
Yeah, I'll say you have you know that you think you have a relevant text. I will also say that getting a sample of the water, it occurs to you like if we had a sample, we could figure out is it
Or like if you can even scratch some of that crust up or something.
You're inland, so there's no salt water near here. But getting a sample of the water might help you determine what its source is.
And I'd be like, Jeff, this is extra interesting because, we're the land of 10,000 lakes, not, seas. So it's weird that you think it's the salt water. Do you think you can scrape some of that residue up for me and maybe get a sample in I don't know, is there like a glass around there? Or do you have a vial on you?
I have a couple little conical flasks. I got you, Aunt Gilly.
Perfect. That would be wonderful. I think I've got a book about it, about saltwater creatures back in my office.
So I'm gonna try and scrape some of the crusty salt from the footprints in there, and I'm also gonna take one of my little conical tubes and kind of depress it into the mattress, so some of the liquid will fill up the second tube. So I have a liquid and solid sample.
Perfect. All right. So now we will cut to the living room as Phoenix is going to attempt to investigate with your spooky senses with the assistance of Inanis. So Inanis, I would like you to roll to help out.
Okay, so that's cool plus.
It's a roll plus cool, so 2d6 plus cool.
Okay, 2d6 plus cool. Have 1 cool. Okay. That is a 10.
Perfect. So you are able to grant her, just reinforce whatever mystical senses that she has, and you do so without exposing yourself to danger. So Phoenix, you will now roll plus sharp with a +1 from Inanis's assistance.
Phoenix,
I
there's something
rolled
weird here.
Okay, and I close my eyes and sit down on the ground and touch the floor.
Yep.
I rolled an 8. My sharp is a 2, and then so it's an 11.
Beautiful. So you likewise hold 2, and you may use those to ask one of those questions. What happened here? What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? And what is being concealed here?
Question, I would have heard the conversation over the radio, right?
Sure.
So I don't need to ask questions that...
Well, I would say you're using a different set of faculties to investigate. So even if you asked a duplicative question, you might get a different sort of information or answer that could help deepen your understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And you hearing this now understand like what sort of creature is it wouldn't have made sense for Jeff to ask because there was no indication there was a creature. But now that there are footprints
that go into a wall. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing I think I was going to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel that would make the most sense.
Yes. So you spend one of your 2 holds to ask what sort of creature is it. It's not a vision. We'll say it's more like an emotional echo. You experience grieving. Just deep, deep sadness, like an echo of, like almost like a taste in the air of grief and vengeance. With that combined with the fact that whatever this creature was appeared to have walked through a wall, points you toward spirit, poltergeist, ghost, phantom. So probably not a physical creature. So the combination of the very strong kind of emotional hangover, plus the immateriality makes you think something along the spiritual or ghostly angle.
What happened to the girl's mother again?
She left. The understanding around town is that she left the family. And
She was taken somewhere safe.
and probably left and then later filed for divorce, but hasn't been seen around town in years. There are
What
a few,
if this?
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
There are a few folks in town who were like, oh, it's a shame that she left that kid and blah 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 blah. But most of that was just that she was irresponsible for leaving Susie with Charlie, because Charlie is not well loved in town.
What if the salt is salt water from tears instead of from the ocean?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking because of the grief. I think they've drowned in their own grief. And it's a manifestation that's killed them, like a manifestation of their own grief that has killed them.
Grief and vengeance.
Yeah. And vengeance. So I'm torn right now between what happened here and what can it do.
I would say what
I'm leaning
either one would
towards
work,
what
actually.
happened here.
Okay.
And the reason I'm leaning towards that is because Gilly has a book that she has said she knows more about. So I feel that I could communicate what type of creature it is. And I'm hoping that Gilly's research, much like in Buffy, where you could just look up the creature.
Well, maybe. Maybe. Yeah.
I'm hoping that will tell us what it can do and how we can hurt it. So I'm going to lean towards like
What sort of creature is it?
what happened.
Oh, no, what happened? Okay.
No, because I asked what sort of creature it was already, and you told me it was a spirit of some kind.
Got it.
But, well, yeah, I mean, I could go with what happened here, or I could go with where did it go, but I think I'm going to go with what happened here.
Okay, based on the information that you have at hand and the sort of metaphysical impressions you're able to detect due to your nature and Anonymous' assistance, you have the strong feeling that this was an attack. Not that it was something that manifested from Charlie's subconscious, but that some powerful entity came from outside, did what it did to kill him, and then left.
Okay.
And brought this aura
Do I
of grief
find
and
out-
vengeance with it.
Do I find out exactly how it killed him? Because
No.
with how it happened. Okay, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it can be played that you make a roll and it's like it's a spirit and it did all these things, but it's more like it's like clues, right? So the more clues you get, the more specific the information can be. So I'm encouraged to be vague but also realistic about the sort of information that you can get, just to keep the narrative moving forward. So,
Okay.
Saoirse,
So once
go ahead.
come out of that vision, I communicate that to.
Yes.
I think the divine can just sense all of that from me anyway. I feel like the connect. I don't need to tell. I don't feel like. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's a weird spooky sister thing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. And then obviously I radio Jeff and Gilly.
Perfect. So, Saoirse, as you are preparing for your remote viewing ritual/spell, you get some additional information about that might help you center yourself more on the events of last night. So you have maybe lit some candles. You've pulled out a seeing stone, or a scrying mirror, right? So kind of a black, shiny surface that you can use to kind of unfocus. You're on mute, by the way. That you can use to kind of start to get visions in. I would like you to roll to use magic.
Is that 2d6?
Yep. 2d6 plus weird.
That would be a 13 total.
Ooh.
Damn.
Yes. So,
Killing it.
right.
What happens when you a spooky beast?
Yes. Well, the good news is, so there's no glitches, and the intended effect is to observe another place or time. So you achieve that without negative consequence. You have a vision. It's almost like you're physically present. You can see yourself step out of the van, and when you do,
Oof.
the sun rapidly.
Hang on. SJ just redeemed a minor bane.
Good. I will use that in a moment. Thank you, SJ.
Damn it, SJ.
SJ, why you do this?
She's punishing you for giving yourself a boon.
What?
Which didn't even go
Alright,
through
that's-
anyway.
No. Both
I
are
have a suggestion.
going to happen. Yes.
Maybe just make if a player does a boon or a bane, like you have to use a special high level channel point one. Like it's got to be like a lot of points.
Sure. I'm fine with it either way.
Like we could make one for like player boon.
I like
and
the
it's
I like the idea.
2,000 instead.
I like the idea of maximum chaos. So I'm okay keeping the cost low. And I also like the idea of punishing players for setting up their own boons. So both will occur. Boon first. So the boon will occur in giving you a bit more information, and the bane will come with a complication. So
Gosh, SJ.
I approve.
It's fine.
thought we
It's
were
fine
friends
because
forever.
magic is completely unpredictable, and you're dealing with someone who is technically a novice. This
Yes.
is like
That's
sheer
true.
dumb luck for her to be able to get through so successfully. So if there's something that happens when she comes out of seeing things, I'm perfectly
Yes.
okay with that.
So I will also say save up those channel points because, the mana potions that are our channel points, because the major boons and banes cost a little bit more and are more dramatic. So you feel yourself as if in a dream stand up. Gilly is frozen looking in a book. Everything around you is kind of gray. You step out of the back of the van and make your way toward the Button House. Above you, the clouds in the sky begin to move very, very rapidly, and the sun moves backward across the sky, and very soon it is dark and the moon rises, but in the west. So there's a bit of a little rewind, slightly disorienting motion, and you find yourself as the time rewinds in your vision, color and sound begins to work its way back. And it is as if you are standing in the street outside the Button House. You move forward, just kind of instinctively moving towards the focus of your attention. In your vision, you open the door and it's unlocked. You walk in. You know where to go. You know to go upstairs. There's a light coming out from underneath the door to the master bedroom that is slightly cracked open. There's another little bit of light coming from the bedroom across the hall from it, you can see that there is a padlock, kind of a hinge and a padlock, and the door is locked, and you can hear crying, soft, as if not to disturb, but a small child crying. As you move, I would say you put your hand on that door and you can feel like sadness, and it's not fair. Like, I think the strongest emotional impression you get is just like, it's a very childlike, it's not fair. So a combination of anger and sadness. But it seems normal. You open the slightly cracked door into the master bedroom, and you see Charlie Button, who you recognize. He is, he's got a bottle open, bottle of like cheap whiskey or something open. It's kind of propped up a little bit so it hasn't leaked out. He's in his work clothes. He's got a hand hanging off the bed with a cigarette that has burned down to the edge, and you can see a pile of ashes. He is passed out. And then you see him, you feel a shudder, a shiver. You feel, but don't see, a presence in the room. You can see the shadows at the corners. He's got a table lamp up. This happens all the time. It's an old building. You see a table lamp in a dirty shade, but you see the shadows in the corners draw close. But again, you don't see a figure. And then he begins to cough. Like maybe he's just like, and then, and you can see water begin pouring out of his mouth. His eyes flash open, and he begins to writhe and struggle as water begins to stream out of his eyes and his nose and his mouth in a much greater volume than should be possible. Soon it's just burbling out of his mouth, soaking the mattress around him. It's unpleasant to watch because it takes a while. He does.
I'm gonna need therapy after this. Gosh.
I got some gummies.
Yes, he does. I will say he does lose consciousness rather quickly, partly because he was already half drunk, but he continues to spasm in an unsettling way for a minute or two. And then it's quiet. And the only thing you hear is the drip, drip, drip of the salt water that has now soaked the bedclothes, dripping onto the floor. And then you see, as if someone had been standing at the foot of his bed, as this pool of water spreads around the bed, you can see the footsteps making their way towards the wall. And there's just the briefest glimmer, flash of white as a figure begins to move through the wall. The complication is that as the figure exits, it turns around and suddenly you see a woman's face, very, very close, very present, very clear, beautiful, long, dark hair, dark kind of arched eyebrows, rich brown eyes, long eyelashes, quite beautiful. She is wearing a white dress of a slightly archaic design. And it's not just that you see her face, she sees you.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
And you feel this coldness. And you, it's a vision, but you take a breath in your vision as you can see her suddenly see you there in the vision, even though you're looking in the past. And you come out of the vision choking.
Well, that's a sensation that I'm actually very familiar with.
Yes. So Gilly, you see Saoirse go into this vision. Her eyes go completely black. You're able to speak a little bit as you're saying the vision. So you're reporting what you're seeing. And then the last thing you heard was Saoirse say, "She's here. She sees me." And then she comes out of the vision spitting out salt water. You don't choke, but you have, it's like something went down the wrong pipe. So there's a moment of coughing.
So I'm coming out coughing and gasping for breath, but not exactly, well, crap, my life is going to end right here.
It is a zero. It is a zero harm. So you take harm, but it's temporary and it's inconvenient, but it doesn't actually
Okay.
mark anything on your harm track.
Okay. She knows we're here. It's a female. I can't explain it. Oh, and it's all salt water. Like she choked him with salt water. And
I will say, you know the taste. It's not seawater. It's tears.
okay, okay. It there was crying. We have to find Susie. We have to talk to Susie. I think she was crying beforehand. I think she could have possibly accidentally manifested something because it doesn't taste like the ocean. It tastes like tears, like something that has been pouring down your face. There's that coppery, salty, naughty sensation of tears. I that's and I'm just gonna have her stop there, and she's just gonna like cower inside of herself and try and regain her senses because that was, something very unsettling for a teenager to watch.
Should those of us in the house head back?
I would not like to stay upstairs having heard that over the radio.
Okay. I would like to try as soon as we get back to kind of soothe Saoirse. I can like talk to somebody in a quiet voice, calm them down and make them like smooth like their emotions. Like
Yeah, by the time Ananis gets back, she's silently, sitting in the back, furthest corner away from everything in this van, just like knees pulled up, sobbing because of what she had just witnessed, and then having that sensation brought upon her. She's terrified.
I'm gonna use my divine move to soothe her.
I don't want to offer a teenager gummies.
It says you can calm them down, blocking any panic, anger, or other negative emotions they have. This works even if the thing that freaked them out is still present, as long as your voice can be heard. So in like my kind of like resonant way, Saoirse, you're safe. It's not here anymore. You're safe.
Does that involve a roll, or is it just a thing that happens?
It's a basic move it's a divine move. Sorry.
So does
I don't know if that involves a roll.
It would say if it did. It would say when you try to soothe someone, roll plus blank.
Nope.
Oh,
Nothing.
Well, then you can just do it.
Okay.
So yes, something about Ananis's eyes as she stares at you, just kind of, you feel yourself falling into the void, shutting out everything else, shutting out all the fear and concern and worry and the memories of whatever. I will say that you still have an impression of the woman's face. It's still present with you, but Ananis's soothing presence kind of removes the fear from that. So it isn't erased from your memory or anything, but you are left in a place where you feel
it would be easier for her once she's calmed down to describe the woman.
Yes.
And possibly even, sketch it out herself being as she's the goth artsy type.
Yeah.
I mean, look at her.
I will say you do. You sketch
Okay.
out a lovely woman, long flowing black hair, very, 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 very like almond shaped, dark eyes, dramatically arched brows, lovely red lips. Not maybe like a night dress. Like it's not a outdoor kind of, so like a nightgown, but something that seems dated somehow, like old timey.
Yeah.
And that is something I think, Gilly, that will be helpful for you as you search your archive. So we'll say you return to your haven and begin to do some research, as was your intent. So Gilly, I would like you to investigate a mystery now.
Okay. My investigative mystery. My sharp. Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and give you a +1 on this, just because from all the information, successful rolls that your party members have contributed.
Okay. So I'm gonna do.
I can
plus my
also
sharp
help.
and then plus an extra one.
Mhm.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm counting this as like it's basically an automatic help from all the work that
Okay.
you guys have done.
Okay, so that's 9, 10, 11. And then you're giving me an extra one, so that's 12.
So yes, that is a very strong success. You get 2 to hold. You may ask 2 of those questions. Again, you can save one of those if you would like for later, but you can ask what happened, what sort of creature it is, what can it do, what can hurt it, where did it go, what was it going to do, and what is being concealed here, or
Okay,
something in that vein. We can be creative with it.
I think I would like to know.
I would like a loot.
I would like a loot.
Sorry.
I would like to know. I want to know. I can ask 2 of them, right? I kind of want to know where it went and if we can hurt it.
I agree. Those are good questions to ask.
Those are good ones, yeah? That's what I want to know. I want to know, where did it go? Because I know it went through the wall, but where did it go? Like, where does it reside? Where did it go to its home? Is it too good for its home? And then I want to know what can hurt it.
All right. So where did it go? What could hurt it? So this is going to require you to effectively identify, or at least start to narrow in on what it is. So
Can we? You want me to save them for later?
No.
Then, when we get the book?
This is what's happening. So because you have your resources, you're back at your haven. You're doing research.
Oh, okay.
So you
Got
you look through the book that you had intended to investigate, the sea creature one, and there's all sorts of creatures that it might be, but none of them really match. Like a lot of them aren't human.
Okay. And
It could be a selkie, but selkies are kind of like horses, and so you start to look at books about spirits and hauntings and mythology and folklore. And I will say you come across the myth of La Llorona. And it has a lot of similarities. It is a woman who the myths don't always agree, but it is typically it is a woman who married a wealthy man, had some children with him. He decided to move along and marry someone else. And either she lost her children to drowning, or potentially she drowned them herself, and now haunts lakes and waterways in the search of children to take and drown. This is a little bit different because it doesn't seem that she targeted the child.
Right.
But that's
also Proxima gave me a boon.
Beautiful.
But tiki-taki for the La Llorona.
Yes.
Okay.
I will say the boon will be that because Phoenix works in the library as a tour guide, as you're explaining all this, Phoenix recalls a story about one of the Paulson sons. So this would have been probably turn of the 20th century. And there was a rumor that he had fallen in love with a housemaid and had had an illegitimate child or two with her. But then when it was time for him, and potentially they were married, like he may have, in an act of passion, gone off and gotten married, but then later she disappeared, and then he married a socialite, and it was just kind of never spoken of again. But you get the sense that there's a connection between this spectral figure who is grieving for the loss of her children and this vengeful spirit that seems to be, well, after killing adults.
Right.
Or at least an adult. The other question was, how can you harm it? Is that right, Julie?
Yes.
So in the La Llorona myth, the bodies of her children, returning the bodies of her children, seeing a proper burial for them, is often thought of as the way to quiet the spirit.
Gotcha.
This one's a little different, but that's probably the clearest clue that you can have from your research, is that if her grief, whatever it is that animates her past death, and that drives her vengeance, is tied to the loss of her children, then finding her children and doing something about that might be one way to quiet the spirit.
Okay. So I relay all this to everybody, right? I'm assuming.
Mhm.
I mean, you can.
We're all back
Yeah.
at the van, I believe.
No, we're in the Haven.
Yeah, you went back to Gilly's office so she could look at her library.
Okay, so we all look at this. I pointed out. It's weird though that she didn't take Susie. Yeah.
Yeah, the La Llorona myth.
Her usual MO.
The La Llorona myth is typically they wait near waterways to pull in children. So what you would expect from a La Llorona is that it would be a child drowning. This has many of the same trappings, but it doesn't appear
So like
that
the girl that went missing.
Well, Susie isn't missing as far as you
Yeah,
know. She's just with neighbors.
I meant the one that drowned by that little island.
Oh, she just disappeared and then came back weird. She still lives here in town. She disappeared and there was a manhunt for her, and then she just showed up one day. But different.
Right.
Fun.
Well, specifically, one of her pupils kept splitting into two and then going back to one.
That seems normal to me.
Yeah.
Fun.
But she's fine now.
I'm all right.
Got better.
Badly burned. Okay, can we do then, like, is it someone that can be summoned? Oh, I guess I already asked my questions. Can I do research to see if there's a way to, like, summon it or find its children, or?
I mean, you can summon spirits with magic. It's probably big magic.
Oh. Let's
Not saying you can't do it.
research. Can we do research to figure out who lost a child? Like, was the illegitimate child of one of the guys that you were talking about? Like, you said that they had an illegitimate child, but you didn't say anything about where that child went.
Oh, this was 100 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long ago was it?
Yeah.
I
So,
was here 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Sure. You do recall that there was a housemaid at what was then called Paulson Manor. It was only called the Castle recently. And she was quite lovely. She was from Argentina. Her name was Maria. And it was well known about town that one of the young Paulson heirs had taken a shine to her, and that she had given birth to a child. But maybe due to scandal, when it became clear that the young Paulson was going to marry a wealthy socialite, Maria and her child went back to Argentina. At least that's,
Or did they?
at least that's
Dun, dun,
that's what you
dun.
remember.
Okay.
That was the scuttlebutt around town, was that Maria, and Maria was well liked. She was very bright, very friendly. Although in the last month or so of her time in Willow Bluff, things changed. Like maybe she saw something coming, or things didn't turn out. Really, about the time that the Paulson heir began courting a socialite from Chicago, she stopped being quite as carefree a presence about town and was seen less and less, and then eventually just never showed up again. And the story was that she went back to Argentina with her child, who was never acknowledged as a Paulson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I tell everybody that story.
I would say at this point, from the information that everybody has given, I decide to tell them about my earlier vision when I woke up this morning, the one that I had last night, purely because I get a sense of the feeling that this spirit isn't actually the problem, that the spirit may have been summoned by someone who is seeking vengeance for the loss of either a child or a loved one or something, because I felt the presence of a puppet master, and I saw someone, a hooded figure, doing how do you say it? Incantation. That's it. Thank you. So I relayed that I think that perhaps if it doesn't fit in that exact law, then maybe it's not that exact spirit. It's maybe someone has, brought that spirit about.
Spirit.
Yeah, or maybe it is that spirit, but their purpose has been altered to enact.
Well, that would make sense for why
vengeance.
they're drowning adults instead of doing their regular MO. So I can get behind that explanation for sure. But then who summoned them?
That is what I think we need to. That's our next port of call.
Could it be? Oh no, you said it was 100 years ago. Could it be is this like a lineage thing? Is someone from that line that went back to Argentina, could they be around and be summoning something like this to exact revenge on somebody?
Well, I think our focus needs to be
the button guy.
Yeah,
Maybe
why
he lives
him?
in the house.
I think that's what we need to focus on. Why him? Because if we can figure out why him, then we might be able to figure out who would want to hurt him.
Maybe it has to do with the house that he's in.
It could, yeah, but that would be why him.
It could also be him personally, because Susie's a little girl, and she was locked in her room. At least I think she was locked in her room. And she was crying, and it was heartbreaking to hear, and especially with Susie being Susie, to hear her crying. I'm telling you, we need to talk to Susie. We need to find out what happened through her.
Would it
He
be
could have
possible
accidentally
for
summoned
someone
it.
like Susie, to accidentally summon it in much the way that I accidentally
It didn't feel like an accident.
summoned
But I'm telling you that it didn't feel like an accidental summoning in my vision. It was a controlled
It was
Mm.
a situation.
summoning. Like it was a puppet master like summoning something. It was not a child bringing a ghost by.
I still think we should talk to Susie.
Morrow just
Oh no. Jeff I think is gonna go in there with a puppet to talk to her.
so someone is going to go talk to Susie.
I am good at talking to normal folks, you know. I don't know what a Lorna is. Lorona. I don't know what L'Oreal is. Okay. I don't get the whole things going through walls, but I have explicit trust in all of you guys. So, I can go talk to a little kid and find out what's what. I have a little sock puppet ready to go.
I'll come with you in case she needs soothing.
Do you not think it would be maybe better for Gilly to talk to her if she's a known teacher at the school rather than
That's
a
true.
random health and safety officer?
That's true.
Like, I feel like
who is no offense, a male.
Yeah, I feel like Gilly could go either. I don't know if she teaches her, but she could go as a representative of the school. Like she's got a reason for going.
What? She's bringing the casserole.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't fake.
And I have a thoughtful face.
This is technically meta gaming, but the idea behind it is one of my moves is called Trust Me. When I tell a normal person the truth in order to protect them from danger, I can get them to do what I want, no questions asked, on a good roll.
Oh, gotcha.
Rith, it's a salad.
That would also that would mean telling a young girl that a spirit killed her dad.
Killed her dad. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's let the teacher go in.
I could go with you and bring the casserole and be like, "Yep, sorry, sweetheart." And I'd be like, "This is the taco casserole with Fritos in it."
Where it's tacos because we're going to taco about it.
And do you want to taco about it with this taco casserole? Very empathetic.
I hate everything about this.
I think
my eyes might freak her out then.
I'm on the team now. Yeah, team.
Maybe I'll stay back. I don't know if I can turn off the void eyes. Can I turn off the void eyes?
You could wear sunglasses. That'd be cool.
Oh yeah, that's I'll just be like the FBI agent. That's like
I think Phoenix's 2 pennies, or whatever penny's worth, or whatever it is here, is that, like I said, I think Gilly would be best to go, and then knowing that the divine has the power to comfort, I feel that she could go under the premise of being, a school guidance counselor or something with Gilly.
Yeah.
Because nobody knows what she really does. So
I'm
think
weird.
I also think that the more people that go, the more overwhelmed a young child will feel. So I don't think we should all go. I feel that only 2 people should go, max. But that's just Phoenix's opinion.
I was gonna say, like, I don't think we should have more than 2. So I can sit this one out if y'all want to go. Or if you think I need to be there to soothe her, because I'm good at that.
Yeah. I like the soothing aspect, and Gilly as the familiar face.
I have a thoughtful face.
Yes. So Gilly is going to cook a casserole and bring it over, just being cautious not to be seen to be meddling, since that is a complication.
But I can legit care about the kid.
Yes. That probably.
And you did warn your brother you were taking a casserole.
I did tell him. I just wanted it to be empathetic.
And that's got nothing to do with police business.
Yeah.
Exactly.
With me knowing about the town, being a tour guide, would I know other places that had substantial significance to Mr. Button?
There's the bait shop and the tour office.
And the what office?
Bait shop and tour office out on the pier. his basically his
Okay.
workplace during the summer months.
Okay, so I'm probably going to go there. Just to see if I can get any kind of clues, I think.
Cool. So we'll have a scene as you have all made your plans. Gilly pulls out a Marie calendar and or maybe makes from scratch.
From scratch.
From
for
scratch.
Sure. From the freezer.
And this is something in Honest that you probably will participate in because it's a way of educating yourself about normal humans and how they do things.
Oh yeah.
Can I?
I'm like, wait, so you take things from various jars and you mix them together in a layered fashion.
Can I explain to Anonymous how it's still homemade even though I'm using all things that were already made? No, it's homemade because I use the sour cream, but not just the sour cream and the paste picante, but I put it together. So it's homemade now because I have combined them and that's special. So
It's a hot dish.
homemade,
It's a hot
technically.
dish.
It's
Hot dish.
semi-homemade. It's semi-homemade if you're not making it from scratch.
No, it's
Yeah, it's
up here. It's homemade. Yeah. So you pull out the cream cheese and the sour cream and the noodles and all the stuff, and you mix it all together into hot dish with a tater topping.
Fritos. Yeah, tater tots or Fritos.
Of course.
Depending.
Of course.
I made you two
It's a taco
casseroles.
one, right? Fritos then.
One Fritos casserole and one chicken and noodles
Oh yeah.
with
Beautiful.
tater tot tapping.
Yes.
Who's
So-
that boon for SJ? Which one?
The most empathetic casserole.
Yes.
To make sure that casserole tastes amazing.
It's a casserole based boon. So I'll apply it in the scene that you will have with Susie
With
Button.
the casserole. Okay.
I'm going to say that Jeff and Phoenix
Mhm.
are going to investigate the office. Saoirse, I'm going to say that you will, you'll join them on the pier, but you're still feeling kind of introspective and you're trying to put together the pieces in your mind. So you are standing on the pier, also kind of ostensibly watching to make sure that no one comes up and might interrupt their investigation of Charlie Button's office. So you two are inside. You can see it smells like slightly rotten bait. He's not a very clean man. And there are more of these last final notice sort of bills. There's a ledger that indicates that his business has not been profitable in a while. There is a second or third mortgage on his home that he is using, probably to pay more for booze than anything else. But he was in dire financial straits. Come back to Saoirse in a second. At the same time, so this is nearing sundown, Gilly has completed her hot dish or hot dishes and then drives over to a neighbor's house. And I'm going to say
With my oven mitts.
Yep. You probably call up you call up some other people, some parents that you know, and just say, I'm trying to bring a casserole over to the family who's taking care of Susie. So it's only a few doors down.
Okay.
It's the Smither.
Is it 3 doors down?
It's 3 doors down. It's
I hate it here.
it's the Smithers family, old man and old lady Smithers.
Oh, nice.
Who they have kids of their own, but have long since gone to college at the U of M and moved away. They're probably in their 60s. They're very kind. Exactly, Hal. They're very kind, and they have taken her in. They still have some old toys and things from their kids. So, and they're very happy to see you. They recognize you as a teacher. I don't know that you've been teaching. Like maybe you've been teaching long enough to have had their youngest in one of your classes, like when you were a new baby teacher. So they look at you. They go, "Oh yes, Miss Winthorpe. Oh yeah, sure. God, that's so nice of you to bring a hot dish.
I brought a couple. You're going to love them. One's chicken and noodles. I felt like that one's just real, very comforting. But the other one, have you ever heard of a taquito? Okay, this is a little bit like that, but it's in a casserole and it's got a Frito layer. You're going to love it. It's a little cutting edge, it's a little bit, Southwestern, it's a little different, but you're going to just absolutely die for it. And this is a homemade sauce that goes with it.
A little spicy, which means it has a quarter of a teaspoon of pepper in the
yeah,
mayonnaise.
It's a little spicy, don't you know? It's so be careful.
Yeah, they're happy to have it.
Cry.
And Susie is in their living room playing with some old Barbies.
I'm a Barbie girl.
I'm going to. Have I been given consent to go talk to her?
Sure.
Okay. Do you mind if I talk to Susie?
Oh, yeah.
Then I go over to Susie and I'm like, hey, Midge was always my favorite because she was a redhead and she didn't have to be so dang skinny. You know what I mean? How you doing there, Susie? Oh, can I play Barbies with you? I used to love their Barbies.
Susie says, Midge is dumb.
That's fair. She was not as learned. She had not had many years of school yet. Because school is where people get smart. Okay. So anyway, Susie, I brought you some food. Do you like food?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Me too. Best friends forever. I just wanted to
I hope
come
it's not
by
that smelly
and-
hot dish. I can smell it from here. Gross.
Oh, probably, but it tastes better than it smells. I promise.
Should've
Doesn't have-
been me.
Doesn't have vegetables in it.
Oh no, I don't do vegetables. What are you, nuts? All cheese and meat, okay? I know how to make a casserole. I've been doing it for years, kiddo.
Should say. Okay, then. And then she hands you a Barbie that's had most of the hair cut off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very
It's the
progressive. I
bad
like
it's
this.
the bad Barbie. Someone
Well-
tried to paint on makeup. It looks like it's got a clown face.
Ooh, this Barbie's very edgy. I like this one.
At this point, we also have a major boon from Kuro for me.
Oh, Susie, have you ever met our new counselor and also the head of all things fun group, Miss Ina?
Hi, Susie. I put my sunglasses up for just a second so that she can see the extremely spooky eyes. And then I put them back down.
I will say, she says, "You're pretty."
Thank you.
Right? Just the prettiest.
Do you want to play Barbies too?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for inviting me.
I'm going to excuse myself for a moment to the little ladies' room. I want you to just kind of hang out and talk with Ina.
You can just say that you're going to go pee, unless you're going to go poop.
Well, I was going to go poop. I didn't want to tell you. You know what I'm saying? But I'll be back in a little bit. I fire them off pretty quick.
I will say she giggles at that.
All right. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to give Anana some time to talk to her. Since she clearly likes her better than me.
It's the spooky eyes.
Yes. So likes them better than me. So I'm going to leave her with Ananas. But I'm totally still listening. I got teacher ears. I can hear.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
So, I hear you're here for some rather dire reasons, kiddo.
What does that mean?
Dire?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, you mean because my dad's dead?
yeah, it has dye in it.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't get the joke. She's just playing. She's just playing with Barbies. There's a Ken. She's mostly just she's got Barbie and the Barbie mobile, and she's driving the Barbie mobile over Ken, and she's talking about how dumb Ken is and how he can never pay the bills and he doesn't treat Barbie right.
Can we just point out how it was a great idea not to send Jeff in here?
Right. She's like, Ken is dumb.
Yeah. A lot of the time he is.
Ken only cares about himself. Ken can't hold down a real job.
Listen, I've met my fair share of Kens.
Yeah.
I get it.
My dad was kind of like Ken.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that impression.
And my mom was kind of like Barbie, and she went off to live in the Barbie playhouse somewhere. I think it was LA.
LA. I've been to LA. Lots of stars there.
Yeah.
Meaning.
Yeah. Yeah. I think she went off to be a star.
She went to be a star.
Yeah. My mom is real pretty.
Yeah. Have you seen her in anything?
No, I don't get to watch a lot of TV. Unless it's sports. Sports are dumb. Ken likes sports. And she like whacks him against the floor. Stupid Ken.
Hey, that doll's head looks a little fragile. You might be careful.
Why? It's just a doll.
That's true, but maybe some other kids will want to play with dumb old Ken.
I mean, it's an older doll, so it's the plastic's a little bit stiff, but it's still squishy. She just like uses her thumb to mash it. See, nothing in there.
That's true. That's true. Sometimes they're rather vacuous, I find.
What does that mean?
Empty.
Especially when they're dead.
Yeah. Not a lot of brainwaves when you're dead.
Yeah, Dad says that when you die, you go to heaven and stuff. I don't think that's true. I think you just go and they put you in a hole in the ground and you rot.
That sounds like as good a theory as any other I've heard. Yeah.
I mean, I had a doggy and it got hit by a car, and then my dad was like, "Oh, it gets to play with all the squirrels and stuff," and I just knew he was lying.
Yeah,
he lied a lot.
Yeah, it's a thing parents do a lot. That's what I understand from the movies, anyway.
Well, the Smithers are parents and they don't lie.
Well, that's good.
I think it was mostly just my dad.
So, I hear he wasn't so nice to you. Apart from the lying.
Yeah, he was angry a lot.
'Cause your mom left?
Yeah.
Did she send you anything? Letters? Pictures?
No. Or if she did, he never showed them to me. He did used to always say that I was just like her, especially when he was mad. He drank a lot.
Sounds like a real jerk face.
Yep. Charlie is a jerk face. Yeah, he was kind of a jerk face.
Yeah.
But now he's a dead face.
Yeah. Did the cops tell you what happened? You hear anything?
No. They just came and they busted. He likes to lock me in my room because he says that I sneak around and do things I'm not supposed to.
He locked you in your room?
Yeah.
Okay, we need a stronger word than jerk face.
He said it was to protect me, but I think he just didn't want to deal with me. So
protect you from what?
I don't know. Nothing.
Did you hear anything that night?
Nope. I just woke up and people were knocking on the door. And then I heard some people come in, and then I heard someone pull the hinge off the outside of my door. And yeah, it was a policeman. And then I looked in my dad's room and I could see his body. Well, they covered him up with a sheet, but I could see where his body was.
Yeah. Yeah. Bodies are...
It probably real gross. They probably didn't want me to see it because they thought it was super gross. They thought I'd be upset, but I wasn't.
You weren't upset?
Nope.
Well, that's pretty metal.
You
And Honest has
Huh?
learned the word metal to describe something cool from Jeff.
Sure. She's like, how old are you?
That's
Do-
I'm given to understand that's not a polite question.
Whatever. Do you have kids?
No.
Huh. You might make a good mom.
You think so?
Maybe.
I think I'm a good older sister.
Never had one. Don't know.
Well, I think good older sisters might make good moms, so there's probably a correlation there.
I'm never going to have kids.
Never?
Nope.
Why not?
Don't breathe, you little shit.
Well, because kids are too much trouble. That's what my dad always said.
You don't seem like you're too much trouble.
Oh, yeah, I am.
She's like running over the Ken doll with the car.
She's like, yeah, I know. He was crazy. She pulls out a lighter and sets something on fire. She's a nightmare, by the way, just so we're clear.
Yeah, no, I understand.
She's no Maddox, but she's terrible.
And Honest doesn't have a very good like frame of reference about what's normal for human children, so she thinks she's totally fine.
Yeah.
Again, I showed her the Goonies recently, so that's her standard for like normal kids.
Perfect. Perfect. So she is willing to share with you. You have earned her trust, and she is willing to share with you what she knows. But it's clear, I would say, based in conversation with her, it's very clear that although she has an unfortunate family history, you're not picking up any vibes from her. Like she's not somehow a very powerful caster who has accidentally summoned a creature. She's not sad that her dad is dead, but
He was a jerk.
yeah,
I
but that's
understand.
just because she didn't care for him much. And she will ask you if she can go live with her mom now.
I don't know, kid. I bet they're trying to contact her.
Yeah, probably. She's probably in Hollywood having a good time. She's probably like at a party or something, and everyone's talking about how pretty she is.
Yeah,
But maybe,
I bet that happens a lot in Hollywood.
yeah, maybe now that
Can
maybe now that my dad is dead, she'll be able to come and take me with her.
Can
Maybe
I
so.
come into the room at this point?
Sure.
Well, hi, Susie. I hear that your mom is a real looker. What does she look like? What's her hair like?
She is tall and pretty and blonde.
Oh, she's blonde, huh?
It's
Interesting.
it's a dyed job. I'm not supposed to know that.
Oh,
But I heard my dad yell at her
Mm.
about it one time. What's a floozy?
Oh, it's just words that parents sometimes call each other when they're, being like Kens,
Yeah.
Yeah, Kens, ugh.
And she looks at Ken and she shakes it. Yo, Ken, you're a floozy. And she bangs him against the floor some more.
Straight up. Ken is a floozy, straight
A
up.
boozy floozy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. You're a boozy floozy, Ken. Shut up, Ken.
God.
You're dead now, Ken.
God.
All right, listen. We're going to call you some professional help because this is a little out of our league.
Beautiful. So,
Enjoy the casserole, Susie. I hope that that there's enough cheese in there for you.
smells like cat food.
Yep. And you're a little kitty cat, aren't you? All right. Take care of yourself.
All right. So simultaneously, Jeff and Phoenix are going through. You can see the calendar from the past couple of years, with fewer and fewer tours, with fewer and fewer people. You can see the ledger. You can see the income going down. I would say even as you examine the records, you can see the handwriting get like less organized and maybe a little bit more shaky as clearly his drinking habit has gotten worse over the past couple of years. So, and you do find like bottles stashed here and there. So clearly not a super functional guy, but as you're investigating that, Saoirse, you're all by yourself on the pier.
Oh, mm-mm.
Look what y'all did.
It's fine. It's fine.
What can go wrong?
Yes. You have a feeling that you're being watched. And you look around behind you. There's a few people passing by. It's a relatively clear day, just some fluffy clouds, kind of late summer clouds that are catching the dying rays of the sunlight. You hear off in the distance, you hear the old clock tower chime. It's been broken for years, so it just chimes sort of randomly throughout the day. Just something that everyone who's spent time here in town becomes accustomed to. A few cars passing by, but it's just a normal day. You don't see anyone on the street paying you any particular notice.
I'm going to kind of look around in the non-obvious places. Like, I'm gonna look towards, if there's a grove of trees, I'm gonna look there. Because I'm standing on the pier, I'm gonna look over into the water.
You look around and you see it's like, there's nothing on the bank, nothing. But then you kind of step over, maybe hesitantly a little bit, kind of step close to the edge of the pier and look down, and it's just, it's the water is almost black because the sun is setting, but there's enough of a reflection from the kind of pinks and golds in the sky that there's just actually quite lovely kind of shimmering ripples of pink and gold as just the natural waves. No boats have been by, so there's not like any wakes or anything like that. And then you do see something pale, like it's rising from the depth. Just a pale motion, like maybe a carp or some other kind of pale fish. And then you see there are two fishies rising up from the depths toward you. And then it becomes clear they're not fishies. They're children. And as you see them, they stop just below the surface of the water, like literally just inches. Like the water begins to bulge very slightly as they get very close to the surface, and their eyes are open and they are looking at you. And then they leap. I would like you to roll kick some ass.
Oh no.
Unless
Oh,
you have an alternate response. But I would say that alternatively, you could roll to act under pressure, because this is a dangerous situation. If you are simply going to try to fend off these creatures as they leap toward you, that is going to be kick some ass. If you are trying to do something else, it is almost certainly going to be to act under pressure.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do with act under pressure. Because she's of the occult mindset. Her immediate thinking is, as soon as she realizes that they're not fish but some sort of creepy child spirit, she's gonna like pull some salt off of her little belt or out of a pocket, off of her staff of many miniature useful things. And she's essentially going to make a salt circle around herself.
So you're going to try to impromptu create some sort of barrier against spirits.
Yes.
So go ahead and roll act under pressure. So you're going to roll plus cool.
Okay. Oh, crap.
Do we have any
good.
active banes or boons?
I don't think so.
I do
Okay.
not think so. Not for
Okay.
Zodi.
Or any that aren't allocated. So go ahead.
I got a 5.
5 total. All right. All right. So you reach into the bag where you keep your athame and your scrying stone and your pendulum and your bundle of herbs and all that kind of stuff. And there is, in fact, a pouch of salt, and you begin to cast it in a circle around yourself, muttering desperately muttering an incantation that is meant to be proof against spirits. As these creatures leap up, and I'll say you've taken a step back from the edge, they pull themselves very quickly up onto the edge of the pier, and maybe hesitate for a moment before they cross the line of salt. And you can see they're wearing very sort of old-fashioned but proper clothes. They might be twins. It's hard to tell, but they are very similar in appearance, and they in just the brief glimpses that you get of them, they appear to be of very similar age. But definitely there's at minimum a very strong familial resemblance, if not identical or fraternal twins. But their faces are contorted in kind of gleeful, hungry rage as they step past the barrier. I'm going to give you 2 harm.
Where are Jeff and Phoenix?
They're
Inside.
they're inside, but just steps away. You're basically on the kind of the area where the boats would pull up to get refueled or buy bait or to organize a tour. So you're maybe 20 feet from where Jeff and Phoenix are.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say that inadvertently, unless you would like to make another act under pressure roll to keep from crying out, you probably...
I'm going to scream out to draw attention.
Yes, you make a noise as these creatures just leap on you, and their little bony fingers dig into your flesh, more bruising than anything like that, but they're scrabbling up to try to put their hands around your neck. Yes, at this point, Jeff and Phoenix hear the distressed cries of Saoirse from just outside. What do you do?
Go, fuck it, and leave. No, I don't. We obviously... we obviously...
enemy.
Yeah.
You got this, you're fine.
we obviously run over, surely.
Yeah. Yes. Like the look, and then dash.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say Jeff.
Yeah.
Because there's no like thought process in your head. There's no planning. You are by your nature want to just rush into danger with no preparation.
No, head empty.
Whereas Phoenix briefly pauses to appropriately assess the situation. You are just gonna run straight up and try to do something. So what is it you're gonna try to do?
So whenever I charge into immediate danger without hedging my bets, I get to hold 2.
Yep.
So the first thing I'm going to do is reduce any harm suffered by Zodi by 1.
Good.
And then I'm going to inflict +1 harm as I whip out my nunchucks.
And you are going to
You're
going to kick some ass, and if you and you will inflict additional harm.
Okay. So that would be just a tough roll.
Roll plus tough.
That's better. 10 for just the tough roll, not with that +1, because I think harm is a separate roll.
Harm is just a flat thing that you do. So on a 10, you can choose 1 extra effect. You can take 1 forward or give 1 forward to another hunter, which means that they get a +1 on their next roll. You can inflict terrible harm, which is an additional +1 of harm. You can suffer less harm, meaning -1 harm to you, because whenever you kick ass, you take harm too. Or you can force them where you want them. So think of it as repositioning.
Okay. I'm going to suffer less harm.
So you are going to suffer less harm. And you're going to do more harm to them. So you will suffer 1 harm.
Okay.
And how much harm do your nunchucks? I know that they are
2 arm hand area.
okay. Cool.
So it'd be 3.
So you do 3 harm to both of them because of the area effect. So you just whip out your nunchucks and there is a very satisfying smacking sound, and they respond very much like physical creatures would. They don't cry out in pain, but just the force of your headlong rush, whack. And we'll say the reduction in the damage to Saoirse is coming from the fact that the force kind of knocks them back and they kind of slide down her body as they're trying to claw up to her neck to choke her. So you only suffer the damage of their bony little hands digging into your flesh, not damage to the throat as they get a good lock around your neck. So, Phoenix.
Hi.
You are not required to read a bad situation. You can do something else. But you could also read a bad situation first and then act. Because reading a bad situation is just something that happens momentarily.
I can do both.
Yeah. There's no rounds. There's no initiative. Okay. It's all narrative. You're also the chosen one.
There was something I wanted to do, but I thought I probably would read the bad situation first. But if I could only do one thing, then I want to do the other thing. Okay.
Yeah. There's no 6-second rounds.
Let's see what happens. Oops. I dropped one of my die. Sorry, it didn't go in the die tray. It fell on my leg.
All right. You're rolling plus sharp.
Okay. So I got 9, 11.
Excellent. So you are holding 3, which means you can spend 1 hold, 1 for 1 on the questions. What is my best way in? What's my best way out? Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? What's the biggest threat? What's most vulnerable to me? And what's the best way to protect the victims? In which case, the victims being Saoirse and Jeff.
So I think the first thing I would ask is what's the best way to protect the victims?
You can see that these appear to be physical entities. So if you can get Jeff and Saoirse away from them or vice versa, like they aren't casting magic. It doesn't appear that they can move through physical objects. So very much like if they were any other kind of physical attacker is the best way to get Saoirse and Jeff away from them or get them away from Saoirse and Jeff. And that would stop further harm to them.
And I can ask 2 more, right?
Yep.
I think, are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
As you look around, so there's a bit of a boardwalk, maybe 300 or 400 feet along the river. Like as you're moving towards downtown, you're currently in the kind of right at the southwest edge of town, just past the bridge. And like you can see the Circle Q sign like across the street. So you're in that side of town. You do see a hooded figure that just looks like somebody maybe in a hoodie, just like taking a walk. But because you're, immediately adrenaline rush and all of your physical and metaphysical faculties come online as it becomes a crisis situation, you can't see the person's face because of the hood and the direction of the sun, but it does look like they are looking directly at this area where this conflict is happening at the end of the pier, and they don't appear to be alarmed. It looks like they are turned and watching very intently what's happening. Hands gripped on the rail, leaning over a little bit, just this black void of a cowl staring over. I will say that they see you notice them and then immediately turn and jog off toward town.
Okay. Okay. I'm only saying okay because what's the biggest threat? I don't think matters anymore because I know what the biggest threat is. Because one person's left. So, and what's most vulnerable is them. So I don't think I need to ask those 2. You answered that one.
and you can hold it. It's not
What does that
required,
mean?
meaning that as long as this, so like if later in the situation you want to spend that hold again, you're not required to spend all 3 of your
Oh,
hold
okay, lovely.
ever.
Okay.
But you can
Yeah.
always, if it's part of the same situation.
Interaction.
Yeah.
As such.
Just like
Okay.
with investigation, if you hold 2, you don't have to ask both questions immediately. As long as it's part of the same scenario or situation, you can maintain that hold. So yeah, we can say
Okay.
you have an unallocated hold at the moment.
Okay, I would like to leave that, and I would like to try to use some magic.
Okay.
And what I would like to do is trap a specific person, minion, or monster.
Okay.
And I imagine since they're together,
Sure.
I can attempt to trap the 2 of them.
Yes. You can certainly attempt.
Okay, let's try. Come on. 12. Come on.
Go. Let's go.
Oh no. Okay, 7. And then I got a 9.
So you're rolling
9.
plus we already got a 9. So it works, but imperfectly. So the effect you are choosing is to trap.
Yes, please.
Okay. And you are going to choose a glitch. And then I will choose how that glitch applies. So it is either weakened, the effect is of short duration, you take 1 harm, ignore armor, the magic draws immediate unwelcome attention, or it has a problematic side effect.
Well, because I heal faster, this is a mechanic thing that I just needed to ask you. Obviously, like it says harm, when you reach 4 or more, you become unstable. But you heal faster than normal people. Anytime your harm gets healed, heal an extra point.
Yep.
So I'm thinking that taking harm isn't a massive thing. Like I would think, oh, I'm pretty resilient.
Okay. So you're more.
And then it says your wounds count as 1 harm less for the purposes of the keeper's harm moves as well.
Excellent. So you will take 1 harm. You will take a harm, but it is treated as if it is a 0 harm. So the effect is that it is great. You don't have a lot of practice in just straight up using magic. And it's very exhausting. So you feel immediately like you've been up for 48 hours. Like there's a moment of dizziness and you just feel heavy all of a sudden. It's almost like you've used a bit of your life force or animating energy to fuel this magical effect, and it's much more draining than you anticipated. So yes, but it's the kind of thing that will go away with a snack and a nap, right? In terms of the deleterious effect, I mean, it's still 1 harm. But
do I still have to tick it then? Do I tick it?
Yeah.
On my sheet.
Yeah.
Okay.
You still take the harm, but the effect, the penalty I'm able to impose on the strength of the harm is reduced to as if it was a 0. So like bumps and bruises and fatigue and things like that, as opposed to penalizing you on rolls or things like that.
Okay.
So that happens. And you just describe to me what the manifestation of the magic is.
I think. Let me think. Because I'm the light. As I can't say your name either. Why did you both? I was like Inanis. Inanis. I was going to say that and then I panicked. I chickened out. Inanis says I'm the light. I imagine the light just beams of light kind of enclose them and literally kind of separate Saoirse from them, like they push in between them and like just enclose them in like a almost bars of light.
Yes. So it's almost
I
like
love
a cage springs up.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of a Saoirse and Jeff feel a bit of a push. And Saoirse, you can hear a little bit of a rip as the some of the stitches in your top are they're not frayed, but you hear like a couple of the strings or the threads snap as you're basically pushed back, and
They
trying
pop.
they're trying desperately to hold on, but you are pulled out of their grasp. Both you and Jeff knocked back a little bit, as these two creatures are now entrapped in a cage of light.
Yep.
They aren't making any sound, but their mouths open and water leaks out, and their eyes are just filled with this kind of hungry hatred as they desperately try to reach and grab toward you. And like one of them's down low to the ground, is literally digging furrows in the pier as it tries to pull itself. I mean, they're literally trying to pull themselves through these narrow openings, and you can see like they seem, although physical, more flexible than they should be. And like one of them has its head wedged between these very narrow bars of light, and you can see the head kind of compress, and its face looks all distorted as it begins to try to work itself free, almost like a contortionist. And they're peeling their way out, but because the magic was successful, it's just tight enough that they're not able to physically free themselves. And with a silent scream of rage and frustration, they both just go into water. That then it's just water, so it just spills over the side. It sloshes up on Jeff and Saoirse's feet, so you're gonna have soggy socks.
Yikes.
I hate this.
And then there's just
I hate it.
there's an empty cage of light that then shimmers and dissipates. And you then kind of stumble a little bit because it really, like, you're starting to feel a migraine coming. Just like one of those, I haven't slept so long, I've got a tension headache. It's like you feel definitely the magical hangover of not being prepared and overextending yourself. But you were successful in protecting Saoirse and Jeff from further harm. So everyone's got a little bit of harm. Less than you would have been, but
Thanks.
yes.
Thanks.
And I would say, Saoirse, you're not a practiced wizard or sorceress or whatever, but you know that the fact that they were able to cross the salt and their physical nature and things, that these were somehow different, or they weren't purely spirits. They were something else that can cross lines of salt, whereas a spirit or a demon might. They reacted to it. They were suddenly paused. They did pause slightly, but they were able to cross it easily. And you can even see, well, you could see before the whole thing was washed away, that their feet scuffed, left kind of wet scuff marks as they walked through the line of salt that you hastily cast down.
They're not normal paranormal creatures. My salt protection didn't do anything against them. They hesitated for maybe half a second before I screamed for you guys to come and help me. But they were able to cross the salt.
That's not good.
No.
That can't be good.
But
I know you guys like your salt.
The
So.
Winchesters are going to be very angry when they finally get here.
they're not coming.
Oh, good.
Yeah. They're busy.
Showed my fanfic.
They're busy, by which I mean they've been killed. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I get things.
Yes. So
It'll
So
get better next season. It's fine.
I tried to capture them because in that story, the local story, it was the drowning of her children that broke this spirit. So I thought that maybe we could keep them, but obviously they disappeared. But that's now two connections to that lore.
it is, but
We've had the woman herself, and now what I assume are her children.
yes, reasonable assumption. And until they effectively turned to water and splashed away, they gave every appearance of being, I mean, reanimated but whole, not decayed in any way. So they certainly appeared to be undead, or I mean, it would be logical for you to think that, and that would have made perfect sense up until the point that they turned to water. So they were clearly some sort of conjuration or manifestation in the form of two small children, but they weren't the reanimated bodies of two small children, because those don't typically turn to water. Or there would be some left over.
But it's another connection to that lore. And also, I tell these guys about the fact that I saw the person in the hood
Yes.
and
yes.
how that's connected to my visions. So
Yes.
again, I still think our main, now that we're out of immediate harm, I still think we need to investigate as to who would have wanted to hurt Mr. Buttons, because although they attacked you, they may have attacked you because you saw this, you because of what you saw in your vision.
Yeah.
So I think we need to find out why he was targeted. That's our main goal.
Yep.
Why him?
I would say Jeff is padding around in his tool bag looking for, a little something, just to take the edge off. And you pull out one of the vials, the vial of liquid that you gathered at the Button House, and probably go, oh yeah. So I'm going to say, or have the presence of mind to also take a sample of the liquid on the planking here on the pier.
Yeah.
For later comparison. So you grab some. So I'll say you all come back together at Gilly's Haven, her office.
Do we not
go ahead.
investigate the office first? Because obviously our intention was to investigate that office.
You had investigated it, and it was toward.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We found nothing.
It was mundane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was mundane stuff to confirm that he was in dire financial straits and was not managing his business, but you found nothing.
So we still don't know who doesn't like him.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna grab a little vial of seawater just so I have a control to compare it to.
Oh, lake water.
Lake water.
Yeah.
Lake water.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Grab a thing of lake water.
Yep. Easy enough. Yeah. You feel confident that you have uncovered the business dealings of a sad man with a sad history who probably wasn't very nice, and drinking way too much all the time didn't help. But nothing, no arcane sigils, no weird notes or incantations, nothing that would indicate that there was, I mean, unless the bank is now summoning spirits to go and kill its debtors. But frankly, they probably wanted him alive on the off chance he was able to pay them back. But nothing that would indicate a new lead on someone who would have a motive to kill him with magic and spirits and things. I actually no. I will say you did find in a shoebox some letters. From his wife, Wanda. The most recent one is dated over a year ago, and they are postmarked LA County.
Wanda, where she is.
hold a -1. I'm just gonna call that a major boon. A free
No.
someone gets a free major boon. Nerder gets a free major
someone
bane.
gave me a boon. Someone gave me a boon to even it out.
Okay, the boon.
Kuro did do a bane though after that, but I got a boon from Pain.
That
Okay.
one was for me. That was a bane for me.
Oh, a bane for Morrow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I should have done that because I would have caused more harm to you, but it's fine. It's fine.
It was after the fight.
Oh, okay. So we currently have a minor boon for Gilly and a bane for Jeff. Nice to know. We'll figure out a way to. I know, Nerder. It's on a little bit of a cooldown, like just a few minutes. Because don't want it to pop off every 5 seconds with boon bane, boon bane. Anyway,
Yeah, we're
so
in trouble.
it's all good. It's all good. With that information in hand, you're able to come back together and report your various avenues of investigation. You're able to examine the letters. They start somewhat apologetic. You know, I couldn't take it anymore. You ruined my life. You left me with nothing. I couldn't. I'm here to start my life over again. Tell Susie I love her. And I hope that you're able to see that once I'm able to establish myself here, that Susie's better off with me. You need help. Part of me still loves you, but you're not the same man I married. I mean, it's all very kind of intimate and sad. But then over time, it becomes more bitter and like, you haven't responded. You're probably not showing this to Susie. Clearly, you just want to be left alone. Well, guess what? You got what you wish. Someday I'm going to be rich and famous. I'm going to come in and I'm going to take Sally away from you, and then you're going to have nothing like you deserve. It's very kind of acrimonious. But it's clear that at least as of about a year ago that she was in LA and not dead. And there's no indication in the letters. There's no like, I'm going to summon a spirit to come and kill you, which doesn't mean that she didn't. It just means that there's no indication of her having any ability or inclination in that direction.
So it doesn't seem like it's the wife.
I would say there's nothing in the letters that would prove that, or that would be evidence of that.
Yeah, she's not ruled out, but it's not like she's the prime suspect.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Nonus doesn't know how to use computers. Can we search on your interweb thing for evidence of Suzu's mom?
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
letters end a year ago, so.
Yep, and you now know her. Yep, you know her first name. I will say that yes, you can search and you find she has she's worked as an extra, kind of like waitress number 3 in some like Law and Order, basically. Mm-hmm. We'll say she played a sexy vampire on an episode of Supernatural.
Nice.
Yeah. So she like that one. She actually she was named. The character wasn't named, but she actually got a credit for it because she had a couple of lines like "I'm going to swallow your soul" or something. She hasn't been featured such that she's got any kind of fandom around her, but it does appear that she's getting a little bit of work, but not like she's not a successful actress, but she's working. And yeah, I mean, you can find her Facebook or whatever, and there's relatively recent posts. Nothing that mentions her ever being married. Nothing. She does have a boyfriend. Nothing that mentions her previous life.
Okay.
So she appears to have moved on, and as of a couple of weeks ago, was in LA.
Is there is there anything that Gilly and I can do to help the others with their harm situation?
Well, let's see. If you have a move that allows you to heal harm.
I do not.
Well, I
could have taken one, but I didn't.
The divine has one. So basically, it is because we have changed scenes, Phoenix has recovered. I mean, maybe you still have a little bit of a throbbing in your head, and you certainly remember being exhausted.
I
But
have an infirmary, remember, in
oh,
my
you
haven.
you did add the infirmary. So
Yeah.
what does the infirmary feature of
Because
your
you can
haven do?
heal people and have the space for 1 or 2 to recuperate. The keeper will tell you for how long any patient's recovery is likely to take, and if you need extra supplies or help.
You don't need extra supplies or help. So you have a couple of like camp cots and some extra blankets. You have the one that you sometimes sleep in, and that you have a spare, or able to drag it out of storage. And so you lay Jeff and Saoirse down, and you get out the hydrogen peroxide, and you make sure the wounds are disinfected. Nothing that's serious enough to require stitches. And honestly, most of it, I mean, there are some scrapes where there are fingernails and stuff dug in, but mostly it's just like deep bruises, because although they were small, they were very, very strong.
Mhm.
But with with the assistance of your infirmary and just kind of natural healing, you think that if they just rest up overnight, they'll be fine. No long term harm will come of them. There'll be some bruises and soreness, but nothing that's going to be a problem. So we'll say overnight / between episodes, everyone will heal up and be fine. So you treat them. Does everyone go to their home for the night, or are you all sticking together in the haven? So I think you also took, Gilly, the fact that your haven is protected against monsters.
Yeah, I took protection spell, which your haven is
Yeah.
safe from. Yeah, monsters, they cannot enter. Monsters might be able to do something special to evade the wards, but not easily.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Ooh.
it's a Saturday, so Sunday seems like another good day to go and hunt more monsters. So I'm fine to stay. I just need everyone to be cool while I pack a bowl.
Um, there is
Okay, wait,
no
are we in
chance.
my office?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm like, Jeff, you need to do that down by the construction equipment.
Okay, all right.
There's no chance that Anonymous would let Saoirse out of her sight.
Okay.
Yeah, Saoirse's not leaving. She's going to very pointedly say her parents are very, very religious, and try to drag her to church every Sunday. So she does everything in her power to avoid said thing like the plague. And after everything that she has gone to, she does not want to be out of Gilly or Ina's sight.
Yes. That actually it makes perfect sense.
And I think I'll probably pull a Giles and stay up, like doing book work, trying to figure out what's going on.
It's
Yes.
unclear if I need to sleep at all, so I'm probably helping.
Yeah. And I'm
Phoenix.
apprenticing. I'm all like, look, this is a book. Okay. This is how you open it.
Yes.
Would you like to
Sick.
play some Super Smash Bros with me?
I probably would take a break and do that. Yes.
Awesome. So you all
I
kind of
play
camp
Super
out.
Smash Bros with you, but I get to be Princess Peach.
Easy.
Oh,
Done.
obviously.
Awesome.
It's all
So
peach.
so there's some resting and recuperation, a little bit more research. You're in a safe spot, although there is potentially a human antagonist. You feel reasonably certain that as long as you are here in the haven, that whatever this woman is, who seems a lot like La Llorona, and whatever it was that took the form of her children, being effectively monsters, won't be able to do anything to you. And one of you gets baked, and you play some Super Smash Brothers and rest and recuperate and have some dinner. Gilly probably calls Cersei's mom, Saoirse's mom, and says, "Oh yeah, she's helping me with the project," and blah blah blah. Just kind of get you out of having to explain, or saying that you're staying with friends, because they probably would be very questioning about that. So it's all handled. You all kind of bunk together, and it is an uneventful night. Probably, Phoenix, you have some dreams, but they don't appear to be prophetic in nature. I'm going to say you all have not necessarily super pleasant dreams, just given what you have experienced the previous day. But nothing that
They're
seems...
just going to straight up have nightmares.
Yeah, for sure.
That Anonymous is going to have to wake her up from several times and soothe her.
Yep. Lovely. Lovely. But you wake up in the morning. There's a cool tang in the air, as it is late summer in Minnesota, and it can actually get chilly at night sometimes. But certainly will warm up. It looks like it's going to be another lovely sunny day. And you're all just kind of like figuring out what you want to do for breakfast, or who's gonna make a run to the cafe or to the town market to pick up some coffee and pastries or whatever. When Gilly, you hear, "You've got mail."
Also, it's not a problem. I've got a freezer full of Eggo waffles and
a toaster oven.
And Diet Coke.
You know those like the breakfast muffins that you just wrap a paper towel on and stick them in the microwave for like a minute? I got a bunch of those. And I got some instant coffee in the closet.
Perfect. Yeah, the fact that Gilly basically lives here becomes more and more apparent as she breaks out like a full breakfast setup.
I've got like 6 mugs. I'm like, here you go, take one of these.
Yep, beautiful. You pour some pens and pencils out of one of them and then rinse it off at the sink. Right? Beautiful. So you mix up the coffee and you microwave or toaster oven some breakfast for everyone, and as everyone's kind of rousing themselves and stiff and bruised, but no permanent harm to anyone, you all rested off with the extra attention from Gilly and the impromptu infirmary. You are carrying no actual harm forward. We hear the ding. You've got mail.
I'm gonna go open my mail. I love that noise. It's like the same one, when it's like, and the door opens when someone signs on into the chat.
Yep, yep.
I'm like, oh, who's that?
It is another email from the principal or the principal's office.
Curiouser and curiouser.
On a Sunday.
What does it say?
Well, first it apologizes for, disturbing faculty on a Sunday, but there has been another incident. And this one you will certainly hear about it around town. Chris and Christy Cameron, the mayor and his wife, died last night.
Wait, was that Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yes.
No.
But isn't he like 15?
It's his older and younger sister.
Yes.
And brother.
Yes.
Oh.
So Carla and Corey Cameron. Corey is the star of the Willow Park School's soccer and track and field team. He's 17.
right.
He's a senior. Carla is the youngest of the family. She's 14. Also very, very popular. Donald, the only member of the family whose name doesn't start with a C, is a Boy Scout. He's a little bit nerdy. He's the middle child.
Is he an Eagle Scout?
Well, he's 15, so I don't know.
Oh, so not yet. Okay.
Yeah, but he probably wants to be. He's picked on a lot because he is known to like show up to school. He's like super into the Scouts, like crazy into it, like too much. But their parents, and their father happens to be the mayor of the town and the brother of the chief of police of the town, died last night.
Oh my gosh.
Under mysterious circumstances.
Okay, I have a quick out of character question because of the NPC setup and everything. Do we technically know the Scooby Gang?
I established
as like a group of people.
I established early on that you knew that there were a group of weirdos,
Yeah, rival gang.
a group of young kids that are weird, that hang out with Dr. Octavia Green, and that were somehow involved in the disappearance and reappearance of Peggy Pulaski last year. Although that is not in the context of being connected to this mystery. You just know that there's like a junior gang of hunters. They're specifically kids on bikes, who are also tangentially involved in investigating or becoming involved in some of the weirdness that happens. And one of those kids, Donald, has just lost both of his parents, who died at the same time, mysteriously.
And Susie, who's also a part of it, lost her dad.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So like
Suspicious.
parents are dying left and right.
Yes, parents are dying left and right.
Huh. Good thing
I will
have no kids.
I will say that the note to the teachers also says that this is problematic. It will remind all the teachers that Henrik Aberg, who is the CEO of Syntech, and the father of Philip Aberg, who is a exchange student here in town, who's an exchange student as well as working as an intern at Syntech. Henrik Aberg is the CEO of Syntech. He is flying in from Sweden at the end of the week. So, and the intent, the school board's intent and the administration's intent is to convince him to redirect funds to complete the construction and renovation of the Willow Park School. So there's a plea, if you will, for this, the fact that we've now had two completely unrelated but somehow mysterious tragedies. That's not something that we want to bring up when Henrik Aberg is visiting. So just asking all the teachers to do what they need to do to keep the situation under control, because the school board and administration hopes to break loose a big old chunk of change from him to complete the renovations. So nothing, it's very sad. The expectation is that the Cameron children are not going to be in school, but that everyone's instructed to do everything possible to continue to prepare for Henrik Aberg's visit to town. And I would say, Gilly, you know Philip. He's probably in your math class. Very, very, very bright kid. I would say you also get a sense that his home life is maybe not very happy.
So maybe we need to make another casserole?
Well, Philip's father isn't dead. Philip's father is flying over from Sweden. But the Cameron family's parents are
Might need a casserole.
might need a
Yeah,
casserole
they might need a casserole.
or something. But yes,
Minnesota salad.
yes.
Right.
I would say Gilly is in the best position to start having a hypothesis that there's something that the Button and the Cameron family have in common, and that is unhappy home life.
Okay.
Chris Cameron was very well liked around town, but he was also a very, very strict. You don't have any evidence of abuse, or else you would have reported that. But you do get the sense that
He was very strict, manipulating type.
Very,
more
very
of an emotional thing than
yes,
physical thing.
very concerned about appearance and how his children reflected upon.
In this time period, emotional abuse wasn't considered abuse.
Well, it's a weird mashup of current day and 80s and 90s. But being a teacher, you would have read the signs of, like, that I would say that you probably know that Corey, although he's a good student and is a star athlete, is driven or haunted by how he reflects upon his father. That all of the Cameron, with the exception of Donald, all of the Cameron children appear to be way too focused on how they're seen. And even Donald, with his obsession with the Scouts, you could see that as maybe a bit of an escape, but also with
Right.
like we've got to be the good boys and girls
Right.
because of Daddy's career.
Right.
He has ambition.
everything.
Yes, he has ambitions, or I should say, had ambitions that extended far beyond being the mayor of a little town.
Right.
So you can read between the lines and say, okay, well, Susie Button didn't have a happy home life.
Okay.
The Cameron kids didn't have a happy home life. And as far as you've been able to tell in your conversations with Philip Aberg, maybe there's something similar going on there.
Okay. So Philip Aberg is still alive.
Yes, he's a child. He's a
and his
17-year-old
parent is
student,
still alive,
but is coming to town in a week.
but is coming to town in a week.
Yes.
Okay.
And his father happens to be the CEO of Syntech.
Can
Okay.
we say for scene's sake, because Corey and Saoirse are the same age, which means they would essentially be in the same thing. Saoirse low-key kind of likes him.
Yeah, 100%.
Likes him.
Yeah. Well,
so,
he's super handsome, super charming, very athletic, smart.
yeah.
And unlike many of your classmates, when you have been in a private setting or a less public setting, has been nothing but nice to you. When he's out in public, he doesn't really acknowledge because you're weird. And it's very clear that
which she's cool with, and she
Yeah.
understands that. But when she's one-on-one with him, there's kind of like that little bit of chemistry there.
yeah.
That they like each other, but because of their social standings within the school and everything, obviously it would be weird for him to date the goth chick.
Yes. And maybe he would, but
only made weirder if he was dating Gina.
yes, it would be weird, but he might be into it, except it would reflect upon his dad. But his dad's dead now. Maybe you did it. It's possible. So I think, because I know it is Halloween, and folks are going to start getting trick-or-treaters soon, or at least some will. I will not, thank goodness, because I live in a building that has almost no children and it's secure. So I don't have to deal with that, but I know other people do. So I think we will leave with the revelation that there has been another incident, and that if anything, this one is more dramatic. And Gilly at least starting to see potentially a connecting thread between these incidents.
So, and is it possible that a week from now, this Syntech guy is going to be in trouble?
I would say, because you're very, very smart, you can formulate the hypothesis that parents who have bad relationships with their kids, or maybe don't appreciate their kids, are at risk. And as you then think through, and there's lots of like tragic stories and things like that you can pick up, but as you start to think through the other students that you know well, the one that springs to your mind who also clearly has family issues is Philip Aberg. And the fact that his father is coming to visit is right there in the email to you. So I think it's reasonable for you to start to ask that question of, I wonder who else might be in danger.
Right.
Because clearly this wasn't a one-off or something targeted specifically at Charlie Button.
Yeah.
So
there's going to be more.
Perfect.
Because there's always more unless you stop it.
Yeah.
That's how it works. There's for chat, there's a concept called the clock. That is what happens if you guys don't intervene, and how the situation escalates. And it usually escalates at best with everyone having to flee town or die. So it's not the end of the world, but without your intervention, the monster or monsters will escalate to the point where people have to flee or die.
Cool.
Or maybe this turns into whatever the movie is with the weird kids with the bowl cuts and the glowing eyes.
Children of the Corn?
No, it's the old black and white one. Village of the Damned.
Gotcha.
where the only people left in town are the creepy children. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe the children don't have to flee, but the sense is that, Charlie Button was probably like legally negligent and was probably more of a severe situation, whereas the Camerons had a lot of wealth. So it may be escalating, or the whatever parameters the monster is using to target people might be getting a little bit broader.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a sense that this might escalate quickly.
Pretty soon they're going to start killing the parents of semi-unhappy children.
Yeah, it's like, no, I'm sorry, honey, you can't use your iPad tonight. Die. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe
You can't say no to
during the
me.
break. Maybe during the break before we pick up, Meg or Gilly can contact Dr. Green, because this is the second child of her little spooky group.
Maybe. Meta, you can certainly contact Dr. Green. She is a resource that you can call upon, but these are just characters around town. The fact that they are characters around town does not necessarily mean that. I will say, meta, this is not a follow-on of that investigation. It is coincidental because we only have so many characters to find. So it doesn't mean don't follow up with Octavia Green. It just means that there is, I will tell you now, this is not the children that have participated in previous investigations are being targeted.
Okay.
Just because I know the materials I've shared with you, and I don't want it to make it seem like the fact that they're all on the same sheet is not a clue to you. That's just how I organize the information.
Okay.
But Octavia Green is potentially a resource because she's smart and might know some things.
Okay. Sounds good.
Awesome.
Okie doke.
Well, cool. Well, thanks everybody for coming and playing, and many of you getting up early on a Sunday to tell a fun, spooky story in the middle of the day. I know I had a good time. I think again, we can kind of see how the system itself is narrative and flexible, but is kind of designed to create more kind of spooky style stories. It's why I love Powered by the Apocalypse. So our plan is to continue this investigation in the coming weeks with 2 more sessions. I will say for chat that it is likely that this is likely to be a multi-stage investigation, as there are already hints due to Phoenix's reading of fate at the beginning that there might be not only the monster, but the mastermind behind the monster. So there may be we've solved the monster problem, but now we have to solve the mastermind problem. So there's going to be a few reveals and twists. But I still believe that we will be able to wrap up the investigation in the allotted time. So come back in the coming weeks. Check the schedule on our Twitch page, Twitch channel below for the specific dates. We'll update that if anything changes due to scheduling challenges. And as always, come join us in Discord, where you can chime in on your thoughts and feedback, or sign up for games that are currently in scheduling, or as some people do, sign up for games that aren't in scheduling yet, which is fine. It's cool. It just means we move it into scheduling. But before I do my final spiel, let's go ahead and do the round robin and let everyone know who you are and where they can see you next. This time, let's start with Meg.
I am Megan Amell. You can see me on my Twitch channel, Megan Amell. I'm a variety streamer. I'm there Tuesday nights and Thursday nights at 5 p.m. Central. And then I also do generally an afternoon stream on Saturdays. And then on Sundays, you can catch me playing games here in the afternoon sometimes. And then also we do a nightly D&D campaign, not tonight, but continuing next Sunday night. Our main D&D campaign, which we do on, Justice and Licity's channels. But so that's where you can find me. Tuesday night, Thursday night, Saturday afternoon at my place, and then Sunday night at Juice's place. Lovely.
Zodi.
Hi, I'm Zodi. I play Saoirse. As you guys just saw, you can find me here on this channel next Saturday for Teen Justice Academy, where I will be playing Paradigm, and we are currently on the moon, I think, if my notes are correct. And beyond that, you can go ahead and follow me over at my own Twitch channel, which is, my name and all of the Twitch stuff. I'm not currently streaming yet. I am hoping to pick that up in the next couple of weeks during the day. So hit your little notify button and that'll let you know when I'm actually live. I also have scare alerts so you can scare the shit out of me. Reggie!
Yep.
Just to confirm, it's
Yep.
not next Saturday, is
Yeah.
it?
No, we haven't rescheduled it yet, but we will.
I was like, huh?
Yeah.
my brain was like, what? Hey, I'm Rachel H. And you can find me at twitch.tv, whatever / I never remember which way, Rachel H. And then all my other socials are on there. Still kind of taking a break, but I've been doing a lot of stream raiders again with no mic, no cam, and then making random appearances because people tell me they miss my face and my voice. So I'll be like, hi, look like shit, but I'm here. And the exciting news about stream raiders is I got my first full skin. Went live on Friday.
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah.
And it was a duck bomber.
Yeah.
And Zero bought one.
Yeah.
Yay! And it made me very happy. So that's something exciting. So yeah, if you play Stream Raiders, please come by, drop a lurk, because it always helps if you want to achieve like partner and stuff like that. Because I think I've achieved everything except the viewer count, but that'll happen naturally. It's all good. But yeah, thanks people who have bought the skins and stuff, because I love my new full skin. Yay!
Yeah.
Morrow.
Hi, I am Morrowind in my sales.
Other way.
We'll figure it.
I was trying to work it out.
I used
Okay.
to stream a lot. Now I mostly did variety. Then it was a bunch of Link to the Past randomizers.
And you took an arrow to the knee.
I took an arrow to a knee. I haven't streamed in a while, but I'm hoping to pick it up sometime in the next few months. I might try it. Again, we'll see how it goes. But currently on a little breaky break. But if you want to, you can follow me on TikTok. I make almost daily videos of opening Pokemon card packs, so you get that little serotonin boost along with motivational or like good vibes, So I'm also here every other Sunday-ish for the most part. So
Yep.
Hell.
Hi, I'm Hell House and Fury, and I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/hellhouseandfury. We play a lot of hard games. I'm gonna go back into playing Celeste, the B-sides this time, because people raised a lot of money for charity, and now I have to do that. So I'm gonna be starting that tomorrow. And we're gonna just have some chill, calm vibes while I fight against a very hard game. And we like to learn stuff there. So come tell us your fun facts, and we will tell you fun facts back, and then we'll just have a fun fact off, and it'll be great.
Backed off.
Lovely. And I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or narrator, or in this system technically Keeper. But regardless of the title, I run silly games with silly people and awesome games with awesome people. Let's see. Yes, so the next thing we have on the schedule is Thursday, November 4th at 5:30 p.m. Central. We will pick up with the second of 3 planned episodes of Star Trek Pioneer. That is our Star Trek Adventures actual play. We will be scheduling the third and final planned episode of Teen Justice Academy, but we decided to kind of like make sure that we did it when everyone was available, and we had some folks that weren't available this past Saturday or next Saturday, so it will be on another day or the following Saturday. We'll get that figured out, and we'll update the schedule and the Discord accordingly. And then currently part 2 of this limited series is scheduled for next Sunday, November the 7th. So come back and join us, same time, same channel, as we figure out how the party's investigation into the Sword of La Llorona progresses. And then we have a bunch of other things that are currently in scheduling. So targeting between now and end of the year, before people go out of town for the holidays, we have a Star Wars Edge of the Empire game coming up. We have a very exciting game of 10 Candles that we need to get on the calendar that the lovely Hell House on Fury will be running for us. Hint, everyone will die because that's how the game works.
That's true.
At best, everyone will die. At worst, there will be worse things than that.
Yeah.
We have...
Like being the lone survivor.
Yeah. We have a couple of folks who will be showing up to play Little Old Ladies, kind of Jessica Fletcher meets Cthulhu in Monster, She Wrote, which will also be set in Willow Bluff. Just a different generation, different rule set, but very similar in some ways. A bunch of other things. So if you are curious about our upcoming schedule, if you have thoughts and ideas about game systems, or hey, if you want to play, and as long as you have a decent mic and webcam set up, if you want to join in, whether you are an experienced TTRPG pro or a newbie, we tend to run systems for our one-shots and limited series that are very accessible and easy to pick up on, that you don't have to read an entire manual to understand, like the Powered by the Apocalypse games. Join our community, go to the C+ Next channel, find out what's going on, and put your name on the calendar, and we'll see if we can work you in. So thanks everyone for showing up and for enjoying, and for all the wonderful banes and boons that you shared. I'm telling you, save up those mana potions so that you can afford the major ones, because that's when stuff gets really interesting. Super excited. How do I give myself infinite mana potions? Can I do that? So I can...
You should
do.
have it just
You're
as
the
Beautiful.
a channel runner.
Yeah, I'll just redeem major banes every 5
No.
minutes. Yeah,
No.
I'm a
No,
fan.
That's against the rules.
I can see this
illegal.
going terribly in so many of
Veto.
Oh, Kelly, you're not a newbie anymore. Kelly will be joining us as the lovely Dr. Adair on Thursday. So I think we should go raid someone. And it looks like, because this time I was slightly prepared, it looks like Tough, another one of our wonderful players, is online. So I think we're going to go raid over there. It looks like she's playing Little Nightmares. So very kind of season appropriate. That'll be fun to watch. So again, once again, thanks everyone for showing up and having fun with us and participating with Boons and Banes. And we will pick this story up very shortly. Bye, everybody. I guess I could hit the... There we go. Awesome. Looks like it's taking. Cool. See you again soon.
See you.
As soon as it will go.
Bye.
Bye.